Hey folks, I don't know about you, but after this weekend, the excitement of last week pulling up into a disappointing result this weekend, I kind of feel like playing something a bit more political today. I suppose anyone who's seen the writing on the walls knew that we weren't going to get 17 Republicans to actually have a moral backbone. But oh well. Better to try and have that not pan out than to just not try and give permission for it to continue over and over. Game, begin. Where was game? I gotta get 2 instances of it at this rate. There we are. And everything should look fine and dandy. Good. And the resizes actually stick. Sometimes Streamlabs likes to, it takes an instance of something and keeps it there. Anywho, Suzerain, 2020 to 2021, actually playing a newish game. A new game, not even new-ish. Audio should be okay, that's all the graphics options I get. Everything else is fine, it fits on screen. So I think I'll keep it as such. I don't like to spoil myself too much, so I think all I know about this is that you play as the new leader of a new country following the fall of its monarchy at some point in the early 20th century. And you get to make decisions and balance politics, because that's the kind of mood I'm in right now. So I suppose since I know nothing of it, you all probably know nothing of it. The best thing to do would be to jump right into it. Let's do it. See what this is about. You are my enslavement and my freedom. You are my flesh burning like a raw summer night. You are my country. Nazim Hikmet Ran. Cool words. "1908, Kingdom of Swordland. You opened your eyes to this world. You came from... Alright, who do I get to be? Oh, a timeline at the top. I like a good timeline. A new beginning. A wealthy family in the city of Lockhaven. A middle-income family in the city of Horsult. Or an impoverished family in the city of Dare." I've seen screenshots on the screen on the Steam page. So, how do I want to be me? Do I want to be a good socialist revolutionary leader? Full-on capitalist? I kind of also wanted to play that 1980s gem, Hidden Agenda. But it turns out I don't have it on this computer. It's on the laptop. But I'm not streaming from the laptop. That thing is like both feet and an arm in the grave. Okay. I think I'm going to come from a middle-income family in Horsort. Or Dare. Do like the option of an impoverished family, city of Dare. They're all pretty neat. Got a potential. I'm gonna say this Presidente came from a middle-income family in Horsort. Your parents named you Anton. As the only child of a diligent civil servant, you lived quite an ordinary childhood. Life was not bad. You were lucky enough to attend a well-known public school, but frequent fights broke out in the Rain family home. These made you feel uneasy, and the years passed. Okay, this was kind of loud to me. Do let me know if it does get too loud. I did some audio testing, like recording and listening back to myself. But since I haven't played the game, I don't know how loud it's going to be later on. A weird version of BitLife. Hey, Crab Boy. September 9th, 1923. During a history class at school, the bell started to ring unexpectedly. You hear a loud commotion outside. As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, the principal announced a historic revolution. The kingdom was no more. The Republic of Swordland was born. Did not fully understand. Happy that you had the day off. Somewhat worried. You know what? Let me see. So, Was I born in 1908 and this is 15 years later? I'm not a child anymore, I'm 15 years old. Maybe I did not fully understand, but I think I was going to be somewhat worried. Because this is big changes in the only life I know. 1926, after graduating, you passed the university exam with high marks. You had the opportunity to choose between several studies. Law at Holsworth State University, economics at Lock Haven Business School, or history at Dare University of Culture. Actually, I could see all of these being important. Law would definitely be necessary for building up the new state. Economics is probably for a more liberal approach. Though history and culture also critically important far too often throughout our history. Scientific advancements, etc., benefit a certain few in certain privileged areas of the globe by stepping on everybody else. You don't want to step on everybody else. If we're going to have advancements and equality, it's going to be everyone's equality, you know? So why not? Let's get some marks in us. During the first year, you attended a lecture with David Wissey. He was a well-known diplomat from the Foreign Ministry and the son of the president. After observing the hall in silence, he explained why realpolitik is important for successful foreign policy. He argued that a strategy based on practical and material factors would be much more successful in reaching Swordland's ambitions. Okay, so he's on about realpolitik, huh? Strategy based on practical and material factors. Agree in principle, sure. Question what you were being taught. Only concern was passing the exams. Oh no, if our only concern is passing the exams, then we're not shaping any of ourselves mentally, intelligently, morally. What I don't know is if questioning it just means that you're being a critical thinker, or if you're kind of rejecting what he's saying. They're pretty vague though, like agree in principle is kind of open-ended. It's not saying you agree fully. You agree, but maybe there's holes. Let's keep a porous mind. A porous, pliable mind. May 2nd, 1927. Soldiers entered the campus in the evening ahead of the first election. Oh, it's election time. Many were in shock as the uniformed men created a security cordon and started arresting the teachers. A group of students started gathering in protest. Along with their best friend, Peter Vector, they decided to protest or avoid confrontation. Okay, here I'm going to make up for the mistakes of my own university life and actually get involved with the activities. Protest alongside with. One of the officers made a loud announcement that echoed through the campus. General Lutheran declared martial law. In order to restore the administration, please stand back and disperse to your rooms. Music a bit loud at times. Alright, I'll change that. You join the students as slowly march towards a large group of soldiers. Could I open the options? A. Options at any time. I love it already. And maybe the effects too, because the effects do tend to get a bit loud. That's a huge drop from here to there. Some games, you drop the volume this much, and it's barely 1 decibel of difference. Yeah, should be alright. I don't want the game to be too quiet too either, because it swells up really high, but then it gets pretty low at times too. Should be alright. Join the students as slowly march towards a group of soldiers. Alright, bit lower. Suddenly, they charged. Hey, Sobek. That's also true. Like, I've had to, manipulate everything and test my audio, do this and that, because I just am that soft-spoken. I've come to realize when people say, oh, you're great to fall asleep to, it's because they can't hear me at all. A student fell and was trampled as everyone started running away. Hold your ground or run off. Well, they're soldiers, they've got guns, one student's already been trampled. I'm gonna run. Unlike the others, you were lucky to escape, and it was a gloomy year. Just 4 years between formation of the Republic and the coup. Dang. October 10th, 1927. The coup split the students into two groups and caused frequent fights. Torture and imprisonment of any opposing voice became daily routine in Deir. Oh no. You didn't want to stay idle and decided to join the Human Rights Group, Student Council, or Political Debate Group. You know what? Here we are, student of history in the University of Culture. There's no way that we are not joining the Human Rights Group. Heck, it's probably extra credit. The group heavily protested against the deteriorating human rights situation in Swordland. You contributed in thorough discussions on how to protect and expand freedoms. In one of the meetings, Peter introduced you to one of his friends, Monica, who was a volunteer for the Swordish League of Women. You were immediately attracted to her intelligence, her beauty, or her diligence. Be that as it may, Sobek. Even if human rights protesting is for babies, babies are important. You can't have more workers, the backbone of any society. Without the babies, gotta protect them too. I'm a softie, always about the intelligence. A good, strong intelligence, swoon. The politically charged environment led you to join the Red Youths, the Socialists, the Young Swords, the Nationalists, or stay away from any political organization. See, in this environment, I could see how one could join the Nationalists, and I could probably see that having good political ammunition later on in the game. Yeah, dude, you give me a strong frontal lobe, and oh my goodness, I just melt. I can't help myself. Alright. But the thing is, nationalism, especially in this kind of environment, tends to fall too easily into fascism. But socialism in this era would also mean getting caught up in the influence game between the US and the USSR. And that never goes well for anybody. Hello, assassinations from the US to put a bloodthirsty dictator in my place. I could stay away from the political organizations and do things my own way, maybe? I was gonna say maybe go in from the Young Swords, get some nationalist allies, and then do things the right way, but that's probably not gonna go well either. I'm gonna hang with the Red Youths. June 2nd, 1928. The radio relayed that the communist general Ricard started Luderin and his troops, demanding their surrender. They refused, and heavy fighting broke out across the country. You just couldn't believe it. The army was fighting amongst themselves, and Swordland plunged into chaos. This is just the character generation, I think, because none of the screenshots look like this on the Steam page. Ricard's sudden attack caused more instability in the country, but compared to fascist Luderin, he was a real socialist. This convinced you to participate in a support march. You were chanting, "Freedom, equality, solidarity, workers of the world unite, or bring down the fascists" is a good slogan as any. You were marching under the protection of Ricard's soldiers. The students opposing the coup gathered a few hundred meters in front of you. Many nationalists were among them. You knew something was going to happen, but we stayed this time. We're not a college student anymore, facing off against soldiers with guns. There was a massive clash between the two sides. Soldiers began to beat students. Tanks started rolling forward. In this chaotic moment, you saw a young girl about to get run over by a tank. Duh, we're gonna run. At best, we save her. At worst, we end up in an isekai. But you couldn't reach her in time. We tried at least. As long as we try, that's what's important. The clashes escalated into a full-blown civil war. The horrors made you isolate yourself for a while. Monika helped you cope, and love grew between the two of you. However, it was a difficult time for love. If this is all character generation, now this can't all be. Maybe it's like the first bit is character generation, then the actual game, and then conclusion. Because if all of this is just character gen, that is very thorough. But I guess they really want you to shape who you are as a president. 1929, Republic of Swordland. The charismatic colonel, Tarkin Sul, orchestrated a sudden coup and brought an end to the chaos. He wrote a new constitution and restored stability. The people saw him as a savior. He formed the United Swordland Party and ran as a presidential candidate in the first ever election. Did not vote. No, come on. Younger me realized the mistake of not voting, so now I vote. Gotta vote. It is a minimum, the bare minimum of civic obligation. That is what puts the people's voice in politics. The government is supposed to be the people's voice. And if you don't vote, you don't have a voice. Dude, Sobek, go for it. Although, I think the Steam Summer Sale... No. Guinea, update your calendar. Lunar Sale might still be going on. It was like 10 hours left last night. It might be too late. It might be too late. But even then, it's not too expensive. Discount or no discount. USP won the election by a large majority. After graduation, you kept seeing Monika and noticed her interest to marry. However, a letter arrived from the military, calling you to fulfill your compulsory service. That's alright, Monika. This just means benefits. Maybe. If I get some sort of disability, then that's money. Medical money. Maybe GI Bill. Either way. February 1930. Bergia region. A devastating civil war broke out in the neighboring country, Welhen. A distinguished major, Josef Lancia, ordered you to lead your squad on a border patrol mission. It was a very cold winter night when you began marching out of Gunran outpost. After several hours of marching through the snowy hills, distant noises were heard. Visibility was too low to confirm the source. The squad crawled forward, in formation, and found a spot to observe. A group of refugees made it beyond the border fence. Alright, come on. There's no consequence here. This isn't Papers, Please. They're refugees. They're cold, they're hungry, let them slip through. After the patrol, Major Lancia arrived with anger and immediately relieved you of your command, calling you a disappointment. That is fine by me. One of your squad members had reported your actions. After several months of scrubbing the floors as punishment, your duties ended. You know, that's not a bad way to end your military career. I'm satisfied with that. That's probably meant to be hey, by the way, you do have consequences, but as far as consequences go, group of refugees get to live a good life here, away from their civil war, and all I got was toilet scrubbing. Good equivalent exchange. Aww. 1931, you and Monika decide to share your lives together. After receiving the blessing of your parents, a ceremony was held in Holsord. During the same year, you worked hard to secure a high-paying job with the governing United Swordland Party. It was much more difficult to start your career on good foot because of the refugee incident, but you still managed. Come on, come on. That means I'm exactly the guy they need. They don't want someone who just follows orders and goes, yes, presidente all the time. They want somebody who can be a good critical thinker, thinks about the people and their needs, about the realpolitik. Didn't we mention that realpolitik like several years back? Working for the ruling party, easiest path to power, financial compensation, too great to pass up. The best opportunity to change the country for the better. Does sound like the best option narratively, but I gotta consider this guy as a person too. He's already given plenty of himself. University protests, his compulsory service. He just got married. Right now his concern is, he's gotta be able to afford his wife in his life, you know? This is a job. You became the foreign policy assistant to one of the more experienced members of the assembly. You worked long and hard, staying late at work, reviewing dozens of foreign policy plans, and climbing the ladder. September 1933. Seoul strengthened the republic by moving the institutions and symbols, removing the symbols and institutions of the former kingdom from society. Things are also looking up for the country as a massive economic boom continued and people were the happiest they'd been in a decade. Yeah, that tracks. 23 was back at the formation. 10 years since the formation of the Republic, dang. Election time came and it was decided that President Tarkin Seoul elected once more. April 2nd, 1939. The preparation of the most comprehensive trade agreement with Agnolia was occupying most of your personal time. But your significant contribution to the trade talks triggered an invitation to meet President Tarkin Seoul himself, who offered you a key position. You were to become the youngest member of the assembly. I get to be Ocasio-Cortez. Except, as the youngest MP, it was difficult to connect with the influential inner circle. You needed allies. So you brought Peter as your right-hand man. Oh, Peter, back from university. It's been ages since he was brought up. The birth of your son, Frank, I have a baby, provided a brief moment of joy and relief. Sacrifice work to spend time with your family. Or sacrifice family to improve your position in the party. Everything else didn't matter. Here's an actual consequence. Do you think little Frank and Monica would understand? If I spent more time away, just got given the position. It's alright. Cat in the cradle. We could always spend more time later. We'll get together then, son. And we'll have a good time then. October 1941. Along with Peter. You had done great things to cement your position in the party. Meanwhile, at home, Monica and Frank felt your absence. At the same time, President Seoul increased his authority over the years. His growing ego started to cause strife within the party, and the cracks begin to show. October 1945. President Seoul barely secured a majority in the election against the opposition leader. Over the past year, people were growing discontent with corruption and the worsening of quality of life. Meanwhile, calls for a United Southern Party Congress became louder as the leadership struggle began to brew. What did I do? Watch on the sidelines. Kept supporting the president? Nah. This guy's had what? 5th election win. He's had plenty. He's had like a good, 15 years? Formation of the Republic, 2nd win in 33, 3rd win in 37, 4th and 5th in the 40s. Alright, I think it's time for more change. We just left a monarchy after all. We don't need another monarch. You gave your support to Ewald Alfonso a reformist and talented business magnate who was the main contender for party leadership. Meanwhile, in a desperate effort to secure votes before the Congress, President Sol was meeting party members one by one, but didn't approach you. August 1946, the party Congress was nothing short of impressive. The banners of United Sorta were decorating every possible spot. Thousands of influential political figures, lobbyists, and benefactors gathered for this turning point. The voting for the party leadership began. Tarquin Sol, the monarch in all but name, or Ewald Alfonso? Alright, well, Tarquin Sol didn't approach me. People are growing discontent with him. Could I go back by clicking these? I can't go back, it's just a timeline. Alfonso it is. September 1st. The efforts bore fruit, as a contentious leadership vote was won by Ewald Alfonso. During the Congress, Sol announced his retirement from politics. You knew the structure he had established was to stay. The country had become increasingly authoritarian. Happy is finally leaving, troubled by his departure, didn't care who's in charge. Now we care. We grew up in this after all. Happy he was finally leaving. Maybe we could dismantle some of the authoritarianism. A month later, a daughter born. Aww. A little Dina to go with the little Frank. She motivated you during a tumultuous period in the party. The general elections were approaching. The United Sordan Party was under new leadership of Ewald Alfonso. Join the party and campaigned for him, or did your best not to help him. Well, we are in the party. We're a minister or whatever it is we are. Did your best not to help. Sounds kind of like you're trying to sabotage him, though. Either way, better than the last guy, am I right? 1949. During the general elections, the main opposition leader was embroiled in a sex scandal with his secretary, diminishing their chances. The extensive privatization program posed by Edward Alfonso secured election victory for the United Sordan Party. Over the next years, did your best to make Sordan a better place, tried all that was necessary to climb up the ladder, or dedicated yourself to the party and its success. I think we kind of proved that the party in and of itself isn't always the best thing. If it was party, 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 then we'd be behind Sol 100% because he was the face of it. Important thing is, young student revolutionary yes wants to make the place a better place, so a better place it is. Plus, I don't exactly trust Alfonso's privatization scheme. Sure, private enterprise is cool, but going too far into it, to the detriment of everybody else, is kind of historical precedence. The presidency of Ewald Alfonso saw many bold reforms, but was followed by serious economic recession. The other parties announced their bids for the 1953 election, but the unfair system hampered all opposition efforts to win. So what's my concern? That the party cannot survive another crisis? Worried about the economic recession? Worried that my reputation be tarnished along with Alfonso? The least important thing in my mind. Everyone's in this party, basically. There's like no opposition the way things are. But let's worry about the economy. And hold on. I was thinking worried about the economy and by extension the people, but we just survived 2020. Those who worry about the economy almost never worry about the people. But basically, what do I worry about? The party, the economy, or my own reputation? Well, that's spiraling. How to get handle on. Together with Peter, your presence in the USP grew, and you became the face of a new wing in the party. Oh me, the new face. You effectively took over leadership as President Alfonso lost control of the country. Dang, that is a step up. without even worrying about climbing up the ladder, just helping out. The moment to make a move has come. Blamed Alfonso for the crisis, bribed and extorted his inner circle. Nah, not gonna bribe. No corruption in my administration, and no blame gaming. Gonna be diplomatic and advise him to step down. Good of the party, good of the country. January 1953. He didn't take your advice seriously and started to reshuffle his cabinet, but most of his inner circle abandoned him. Your diplomatic attitude made the party vote for you as their leader. Following this, you announced that you'd be running for president in the general election with Peter as your running mate. It was your turn. A good 30 years after university. That's the full timeline. The full timeline was just character generation. October 1953. After visiting every city and town during the campaign, you made a speech on state television. You promised to enact democratic reforms or preserve national values. Back to my Tropico days. What's it gonna be, Presidente? What do you promise? What could you get away with breaking promises on? Democratic reforms or national values? That is a toughie. But what if democratic reforms are part of the national values? National values like what? I don't know, that kind of feels conservative to me. This kind of feels like a conservative or progressive choice. Let's go with democracy. If nothing else, we don't need another soul. We don't need another monarchy. True government. The people are tired of empty promises. We need fundamental change in our institutions and government. I love it already. A solid and transparent democracy awaits us, brothers and sisters. A new constitution and a new age is upon us. November 5th, 1953. On election day, millions went out to cast their votes. And of course he won. If he didn't win, there's no game. Achievement. Prologue. President Reign. I think that means we won. That's right. One of the new updates is that you could actually design your own President Reign. Okay, what hairstyle do I want? Default? Balding? If he was born in 1908, he'd be what, like 45 years old by now? So maybe, ooh, dapper. Fully bald. Could I make it Lex Luthor? Probably. Cool haircut. A bit too youthful maybe. Rebellious. Stylish, 20s. It's a cool cap. But it's not professional, is it? He's indoors. Who wears caps indoors? In the 40s and 50s. I guess everyone does. Swordish fedora. Trilby. Default. Alright, now to spend 2 hours on this alone. Movie star. Maybe a swordish fedora will help inspire some national unity with me. The comrade. Monarchist, probably not. Though I should go for, oh my goodness, the clean shaven look just doesn't work for him. The sword gentleman. Decent mustache, that one. Marquian noble, revolutionary. So, thin, not really thin, but prim mustache. Think I'll give him the theorist. A bit of scruff to him. Maroon suit's quite dapper. Tuxedo's a bit much. Grand's pretty cool. Oh, not as many suits. Grand, maroon. Like the cut of the grand better. Maybe white, and the white trilby. Nah, that's too ostentatious. Is there a hat that fits? There we go. The Coronelli. Yeah, I like it. That's decent. So game proper then. Did character generation. Did face making. That has only taken like half an hour. Will not be able to change how President Rain looks from this point forward. Are you sure? Yeah, sure. Election promises. As Anton Rain, you have made many promises to the people of Swordline in order to gain their votes. They must be considered very carefully. Economy. Swordlin's economy has been based on planned doctrine since its formation until the former president, Ewald Alfonso, enacted free market reforms. Now the country finds itself between two different economic systems. It doesn't give you like tooltips to say what exactly you're promising. It expects the player to be smart and clever. Okay. Maybe a planned economy, because right now we are coming out of pretty much my entire lifetime, 40 years of revolutionary government, kinda. From a monarchy to an authoritarian to recession. So what we could probably do is a planned economy that protects internal interests, which means going to be on America's radar for their cruise missiles to my office. But it is important to maintain our strong internal economies that aren't getting gluted out by American corn and t-shirts. While perhaps having room for free private enterprise in other sectors, you know? Have planned control of important, secure things, and more looseness elsewhere. Diplomacy. The intensifying global rivalry between capitalist Arcasia in the west and communist United Cortana in the east is opening new diplomatic possibilities. Swordland could take steps to line us up closer to one. Full-on neutrality is probably going to be so difficult. But if I don't, East and West is probably going to fight over me somehow. Arcasia to West, United Cortana to East. The thing is, because if I promote a planned economy, my interest would probably align the most with United Cortana, sorry. The thing is, I don't want them like influencing my internal policies to maintain a favorable relationship, which is very likely going to happen. But you know what, it's fine. If I assume that the capitalist Arcasia to the west is probably meant to be either the American stand-in or the American-backed neighbors that might have issue with me being planned economy, and then probably is for the best to the communists to stick together, put up a stronger front. Immigration. Recent years, Bludish, Wessex, and Agnolian immigrants flocked to Swordland due to relaxed immigration laws enacted by Ewald Alfonso. As a result, tensions between swords and immigrants have begun increasing. Well, I hate to admit it, but the economy is a recession, and we probably are going to have to rely on really cheap labor for a while, and immigrants do tend to feed that. But from a humanist perspective, you know, there's not really any point right now to tighten immigration. If there's gonna be tensions, we can deal with that in whatever other ways. planned economy, closer ties with our communist neighbors, and all of us are brothers and sisters and siblings. Term focus. We've also promised to focus on a certain extensive subject within our first term. So there's going to be more terms. The people expect us to solve the negative situation with this topic, while providing an overall improvement to the related policies. So what to focus on? Health, difference of service quality between urban and rural hospitals has been getting increasingly worse. Average life expectancy dropped significantly. Big ouch. Or education, lack of schools, teachers, and even classroom equipment in certain areas cause massive gaps in the previously robust education system. Law and enforcement, I think, would be the more nationalists crawling towards fascist answer. If you make promise towards national values, tighten immigration, go for law and enforcement. Increased crime is pushing law enforcement to the limits, while judges at courts deal with a huge and expanding backlog of legal cases. That sounds like a them problem. On the military, protects a country from hostile threats, while some see it as a massive financial burden. Others argue it's a critical deterrent. I'm going to say education. Education to build the doctors of tomorrow, the nurses of tomorrow, the magistrates, the lawyers, the criminal justice reformers. And when we get the economy back on track, we can start building up better clinics and filling out those hospital seats and occupancies. Promises will be remembered, and they will have consequences, am I sure? I'm sure. 2 weeks passed since he won the election. And now, I was about to be sworn in as the 4th president of Swordland. Thousands were watching the inauguration ceremony and cheering my name, Anton Rain. Die was cast, and there my story began. In the distance, the Maroon Palace stood on top of the famous Hill of Pride. Could I click these? And see... Is it like encyclopedia entries if I open them? It is encyclopedia entries. Where the executive branch of the Swordist government is situated. Some are residents of Albrecht Rennen. Turning point, when the Kingdom of Swordland announced from the balcony of the palace, referred to the shift of government from Ellery to Horseland. Just historical stuff that I may or may not need. Hill of Pride during the declaration of the Kingdom Swordland. Large Capital Park. Whole Swordians a chance to relax. Turn 1. Wait, hold on. Codex. I could look at everything. History, locations, organizations. I feel like I probably should study this. Peter, what's your role? Peter's just a handsome fellow. Serves as Vice President of Swordland, University best friend to Vice President. MP from 38 to 52. Charismatic politician, laid-back style, charming public personality. The Aaron to my Moses. Regarded as a centrist, alright, so I could bend him wherever I want. Group of politicians supported Alfonso against Sol. I wonder if what I chose in my history affects what best friend Peter does here. I don't get an entry. Family? How's Monica doing? The current First Lady of Swordland. Lochhaven, really? Agnosordist background. A degree in sociology too. Fantastic. And a social worker and partner manager at Magnus Cartus. Good resume her. How's Dina doing? Aww. Daughter of Anton Rain and Monica Rain. Named after her grandmother who came in the 1860s from Magnolia. Too sweet. Hey, Robbie. And how's Frank? Frank, who I neglected in his infant years. He's grown up so handsome, oh my goodness, he looks just like me. The first son of Anton Rain and Monica Rain. In high school now. Well, maybe now that the struggles are behind us, I could have more time for my son. Party leaders, assembly, there's just so much in here. I'm not gonna read all this. Foreign leaders, could I see who my neighbors are? Wezek, third president. A cop pretending to be a high schooler, my Frank. No, that's just his sharp Agnolan features that he gets from his mom. That's all it is. Ex-president's business. People in business. What do I have on organizations, the parties and the people? Factions? The old guard. Group of influential individuals that do what? Calling it an urban myth and dismiss it. Oh no, that means they're totally real. The existence of a wide, deep state that controls the state apparatus. Is this a Kanan thing? Do we have Kanan in my country already? Because if so, then maybe I should enact death squads. I looked at my family, my son and daughter, Frank and Dina next to Monica, my wife, her eyes glimmering with pride. You finally beat the first robot dice level. Dang, Robbie, congrats. Then I turned towards the people, the key people who made it all possible. Of course, each individual was promised an important position in my cabinet. As my thoughts slowly faded away, the reality of the situation dawned on me. Orso Hawker, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, was waiting for me. Oh no, have I made promises to Hawker? This dude graduated university 5 years before I was even born. Degree in legal theory, public prosecutor, then judge. What's he like politically? Contributed to legislation planning and constitutional law. Member of the Assembly, close ties with President Tarkin Sol. So, is he more conservative? He's older. He had ties to the old president, but then again, so did everybody. Several landmark rulings that significantly transformed criminal procedure, taxes, and other areas of the law. Controversial policies of Tarkin Sol. Approval of security package laws. Ruling that Bludish Freedom Party was unconstitutional. Is he Mitch? This is Mitch, isn't it? Staunch establishment supporter. Represents the majority of the Supreme Court, regarded by some as the most powerful and divisive figure in Swordish politics. Well, if one of my promises is more democratic reforms, I kind of feel like Hawker must be on the way out. Orso Hawker, time of the oath has come. Ready, it has indeed. Let's start. It has indeed. Be especially extra. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will respectfully execute the office of the President of Swordland, and to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the people and the Constitution of the Republic of Swordland. That's us! You may now deliver your inauguration speech, Mr. President. I get to make a speech. Thank you. It's an honor. Let's begin. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hawker. Dear citizens, oh, I get to make the speech in piecemeal. My fellow swords, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Get like that family community aspect first and foremost. I'm not just president, I am one of them, and we are all close kin. The crowd looks very eager to listen. The idea of unity, the current dire situation, change and hope. This isn't exactly a boardroom meeting, so the bad fuzzies, the bad negative pricklies, come after the warm fuzzies. Give them unity. For many generations, this country and its long history have kept us tied to an idea. The idea of unity and our people's rights for a free and prosperous life. I say with a planned economy. Stand together and prevail. Issues that plague us are capabilities. Ooh. Could go with their capabilities. Capabilities to overcome the issues that plague us. Gonna roll with that. Our workers, straight for the backbone of the country, are no less productive than a decade ago. Our capable minds are no less inventive. Our products and services no less requested than they were last week, last month, or last year. We'll stop the recession, eliminate poverty. Eventually, future awaits us. Time to turn our faces to the east, rewrite our broken constitution from 1929. I think that's a bit more important. This is my inauguration speech after all. As nice as it is to face our neighbors to the east and align with them, which we are going to do, this is my speech to my people, not to them. Look at my first phone call. Right now, though, we left a broken monarchy to become a broken republic, so the Constitution does need fixing, which in turn should eventually fix the recession, the poverty, etc., etc., etc. Rewrite our broken Constitution from 1929. United and powerful Sordon once again. Change now, not to the next yesterday, next decade or years, today. Capacity as a nation has never been greater. Oh, but it will be greater. Alright, so I introduced it. Brothers and sisters all need to fix the Constitution, and then, result of fixing it, become a more united and powerful Swordland. Cause, effect. Hundreds of thousands cheered. They were shouting my name in unison. I felt responsibility, the power, and the burden, all at the same time. Raise fist, wave, enjoy the moment. I'll wave. I waved at the crowd, which made the crowd cheer louder. After all, Fox News, I hope, doesn't exist in this universe, so they're probably not going to micro-analyze the color of my suit, the type of wave I make, what condiments I put on my hot dog. I took a long look at the people of Swordland to burn this moment into my memory. One of the presidential guards came by to notify that it was time to leave. I made my way to the leading car in the motorcade. The presidential state car was a jet black Cadillac, with flags of Swordland above the front headlights. Next to it, a man was holding the door. Sergei Volkner? Oh, he doesn't get an entry. Hello, Mr. President. Still under the effect of the speech I made, hearing my new title made me smile. Oh no, the power's rushing to my head. If you allow me to introduce myself, I am Serg, your new driver. Nice to meet you. At ease, Serg. A pleasure. It's nice to meet you, Serg. Be nice to him. Establish good relationships with everybody you meet. It is nice to meet you, Serg. It is an honor. He respectfully bowed his head before opening the car door and gesturing inside. You know what? Does the Codex have, like, expected cultures or cultural traditional stuff, like who bows, how you address people, history, ideologies, soulism, etc., miscellaneous? Okay, nothing about how to address others in various whatevers. We'll be heading towards the palace. The motorcade began to move. On the way, Serg proceeded to explain his duties as a driver. As the minutes passed by, I found myself lost in thought again, barely paying attention to what he was saying. He suddenly made a gesture towards the now closer palace. Isn't it a beauty, the Maroon Palace? Got the answer on that already? He was right. Sunlight glinted off the palace's many maroon-colored domes. It was so bright that I had to look away. Every time I look at it, I am reminded of my duty to this nation. It's in good hands now. So do I, Zerg. So do I. It is the beating heart of the nation after all. I like that. It's very wordy. We all owe a great debt to the men who led the country from here. Nah, I don't want to impose that idea. I want this country to feel that it is ruled from the bottom up, from the people to the palace, not from the palace to the people. So do I, Zerg, the beating heart of the nation. Well said, Mr. President. The car drove past the majestic gates, continued uphill to the entrance, and stopped in front of the doors. Zerg got out and opened the door for me. Have a great day, Mr. President. Amorgna Westcor. Do I not get entries on, like, the traditional sayings? Oh, Zerg does get an entry. The Swordist driver of President Anton Rain, born in a small town in Nahir, between Erzaren and Deir. I went to university in Deir, probably went to Nahir all the time as a kid. Dastrunas School. Then Whole Sword State University. Oh, so he's better than me, is that it? He went to Whole Sword State, I went to the Deir School of Culture. Nah, he's not. That's not him. Went to the big public university, but then lack of jobs. So he understands then the people struggle. Driving, protective driving, firearms, and first aid, so I can truly put my life in Zerg's hands. Various guests state, chosen to be the presidential driver in 1954, the most experienced driver in the service of the Maroon Palace, serving over 20 years. Alright, Zerg, I trust you. He referred to the famous Swordist phrase of the times of revolution, Amorgna Westcor, Vector in Sida, which meant, morning will come, victory is close. See you soon, Vector in Sida. Respond in kind. I made my way upstairs to the extravagant corridors of the palace. Marble and engraved wooden finishes decorated the interior. My footsteps echoed in the colossal halls. The guards bowed their heads in respect as I opened the massive doors to my new office. So now the game opens up, and the actual political game begins. I have 2 wealth, a budget of 3, economic developments in 3. I got news, alright, I guess I should check the news first. But let me look around. So here's my country, huh? Who's this? You're not colored in, so I guess you're Agnolia, Valkasland, Rumburg. So you're neighboring countries then. Colored in is us, Agenlen, and Agnolia. Do you think this all used to be united and there's going to be strife over us holding what used to be historic Agnolia? Because that would give them a much bigger coastline, ports in the Lenkirk Bay and the Bay of Arbory, little icons over those cities but not over others, big exclamation mark on you. And I guess these arrows are pointing to my neighbors. Lesbia to the south. Velen. Hey, hold on, what's this? No, I want to see the paper. Oh, I can't read it. Benny, President. It's in the native tongue, I think. Alright, let me see then. What's in the news? 6 unread papers. Holstered Post. Rain spoke of unity. President Anton Rain is sworn into duty in a great ceremony in Holsort. Thousands have attended the ceremony where President Rain has met with his supporters for the first time after his election. In his inauguration, Rain spoke of unity, bringing focus on the people's right for a free and prosperous life. For many generations, this country and its long history have kept us tied to an idea, the idea of unity, said the new president, before he went to start on his first day in the Maroon Palace. I kind of want to get a feel for what the different newspapers' agendas or leanings might be. Swordland Today, the most sold newspaper. The new president has been sworn into office by Chief Justice Ursula Hawker, another great win for the USP and Anton Rain, who managed to get 37% of the general vote. So that's probably a majority of the votes, but still only got the support of just barely over 1/3 of the country. The first congratulations came from Kesara Kibiner of the National Front Party, the runner-up of the general vote. The PFJP didn't concede until the last minute, but the results were clear since several hours in. Alright, who's Kesaro? Dang, his mustache is better than mine. Swordish politician, leader of the NFP, member of the assembly since 1937, the far right of Swordish politics. Oh no, the far right was a close runner-up. That is something I've got to keep my eye on. Despite his views, he's respected by nationalists on both sides of the political spectrum. Military school, graduated from Hosord State University with an arts degree. Career as a propaganda artist joined the Swordish Armed Forces in 1925. Not verified by the state or himself, rumored to be the private who announced General Lutheran's 1927 military coup against the government of President Artur Wissi on national broadcast. So he's got kind of a national hero myth around him. Nationalist from Gen during the 1930s, strong stance against immigration during the Welland Civil War. I was blamed by a significant part of the populace for inciting violence in the city streets against Anglo-Swordish and Bludish people. So him and I are kind of ideologically opposed then, because in my military service, I let the refugees in and got reprimanded for it. Notable support to the Young Swords organization. We could have been friends, but instead I chose the Reds. Mayor of Gen, first mayor elected from the NFP. What does the NFP stand for? National Ultra-Conservative Political Party in Swordland, the second biggest opposition party. Second biggest opposition, so who is the biggest opposition? Group of young nationalists, including Kesaro Kibner, mainly followed by an ethno-nationalist political agenda with an aggressive and threatening campaign throughout the 30s. Extremist party, but later moderated its views under Kesaro Kibner. More approachable for a larger audience. I don't trust them. The people clearly do, but I don't, which is why I gotta fix the country to get the people back on track. Thousands of supporters have gathered in the streets of Holster, chanting campaign slogans, waving flags, and displaying USP party banners to displaying unwavering support to the newly elected president. The public mood is very positive in the capital from all accounts on the ground. The city celebrating that a Holsordian has become the president of Swordland. Lockhaven Times. The new assembly begins duty. President Anton Rain has been elected 4th president of Swordland at the 7th Swordish elections. USP won the elections, just over 37% of the vote, while Franz Richter, leader of the People's Freedom and Justice Party, could gain just over 20%. Alright, tell me about Franz Richter, who got 20% of the public vote. Combine him and I for 57%. Businessman, leader of the People's Freedom and Justice Party, major shareholder in the construction company Taurus Holding. Alright, so you're going to be, we met the nationalists then, the ultra-conservative nationalist, you're going to be the business-focused liberal. Studied economics in business school, worked for Watchtower of Human Rights. Really? A liberal in charge of the Watchtower for Human Rights. intergovernmental human rights organization made up of roughly 140,400 staff members around the globe. Fact-finding, impartial reporting, use of media, and target advocacy. Maybe I could take advantage of him, you know? Have him on my side to help with human rights stuff, and placate him over my planned economic policies by 1, making it work, 2, promoting private enterprise in non-protected sectors, Alliance of Nations, Arcasian Security Organizations, People's Pact, promote human rights and justice around the world. Okay, alright. See, this is why you can't just judge politicians and political relationships by ideology alone. Because like lots of people go, oh, so-and-so is just a neoliberal. They just like this and that ideologically. Sure, maybe, but people are complex things. Most people in the West especially tend to end up neoliberal just from upbringing and the environment around us. But here we have a liberal who is very active in human rights and justice. So I might be able to use him even if economically, ideologically, we stand opposed. Notable human rights advocate. PFJP 1949. Little gains in opposition, strong critic of Seoul's policies, labeling him rightly as a dictator. Okay, I'm gonna keep him close to me. Kessler O'Kimmener, okay, alright, good. So the ultra-nationalists, the ultra-conservative nationalists only got 11% of our country's votes. The human rights liberal got 20%. Communist Party of Sordland and the Workers' Party of Ludia both won just below 10% of the votes, failing to pass the 10% election threshold. The new term begins with the opposition PFJP and NFP under the USP government. The unrepresented votes below the threshold resulted in the USP taking 52% of the seats of the Grand National Assembly, giving them lawmaking power. Dang, so there's no excuse if I don't get policies to work. The new seat numbers have been finalized as follows: USP 130, PFJP 70, NFP 40, Independents 10. Okay, what do the radicals say? The voice of the unheard. Another USP president. How many times will people fall for the same trap? We've seen this before with Colonel Seoul, who supposedly saved this country and brought stability in times of chaos. His stability, however, meant the life of oppression. Any opposing voices were silenced, and many were being persecuted. Next was Alfonso, who was elected as a liberal reformer to bring change to the USP in Sordland. Seeing his unfortunate instability, his own cabinet resigned. As a third USP candidate becomes president, it is high time to realize that real change won't come from their party. Alright, I get it. This I like. They are the opposition voice. They're the critical voice. I want to prove them wrong in a good rivalry way. I want to show them that yes, this mandate is going to make change. And it doesn't have to be USP. Maybe the next candidate after me is going to be from the communists or whoever else. Economists. Restructure the infrastructure. After the recent successful mega infrastructure projects for the USP and Volksen. No, not from USP, from United Cortana and Volksen. The world is warming up to the idea as a source of growth and employment. But is there any truth to this success? Our investment analysis indicates that infrastructure investments can be fruitful in the short term, but even more so in the long term, especially if they focus on linking economic nodes that business logistics depend on. This is, however, the first step. The crux of the matter is diversification of investments where the government supports employment and growth. It is key to help private businesses with government contracts, tax breaks, and political support in order to create self-sufficient and dynamic economy. It's all wonderful stuff, but I have what Anton does not have, and that is the benefit of just looking to the past 100 years of history. You haven't even got to look beyond 100 years of history to see what happens when you focus exclusively on business, on the burgeoning economies, and sure, you might get an economy with plenty of foreign customers, see America, the UK, Germany, China, pulling in the export at the expense of actual people. So you gotta be careful with that kind of thing. The government's role in Swordland should be to integrate to the world economy, and reap the benefits of global trade, which more often is focused only on exports and commodities and barely take care of your own. So you do get really wealthy businessmen and politicians, but like I said last time, gross inequality is gross for a reason. Integrate to the world economy, reap the benefits of global trade. Economic growth and income inequality in this country won't be fixed otherwise. No, it'll be exacerbated. End Swordonomics. A new era begins for Swordland, and it holds many economic questions that need to be answered by President Rain. Our top economic analysts, with a consultation from the National Business Council, have released a comprehensive report on the performance of the past 20 years. A certain section of the report stands out. The last two four-year plans of the Plan Doctrine created a budget deficit and a clear reduction of the industrial production output. This was specially due to mismanagement and inefficient bureaucracy. The year-on-year growth, budget balance, and production index values indicate that the two most productive consecutive years have been when the privatization program of Alfonso began in 1949. Our editorial team, with the help of experts like Mikhail Avin and Edith Agnock, have come to the conclusion that the recession was not actually caused by you old Alfonso's bold privatization program, but by the drastic obstructions of the state executives hindering the plan. President Rain must take the advice of planned economy proponents around him with a pinch of salt. Otherwise, he could find himself at the same spot of Tarquin Sol in the mid-40s. And geopolitical either is not founded yet or just has nothing to say about me. Okay, so I guess there's no tutorial, it's all hands off. Is there a save? Could I save from this point? Because I kind of do like this backstory. Journal and Codex, turn 1. Country overview. Settings, is there a save? Save and exit. Alright, I guess I'll just go through it then. What's the country overview like? BFP banned. Ex-president and our founder, Tarquin Sol, declared the Bludish Freedom Front, or BFP, to be an illegal criminal organization due to their secessionist activities. Any suspected member of the party shall be arrested without any trial. Any event, operation, or organization suspected to be colluding with the BFP will be disbanded, and its partakers arrested. So who is the secessionist, the Bludish? Where's Bludia? Who's Bludish? There's Bergia. There's no place just labeled Blugia. Maybe just the Bludish people want a little carving out for themselves. President may veto bills, and these are my active policies. According to Article 782 of the new Constitution, the President may veto a bill, but returning it to the Assembly with a written statement. I think I'll keep that. President impeachable by court. Cool, I'll keep it. Article 17 of the new Constitution, President Swordland is not responsible for the actions performed in the exercise of presidential duties except in the case of high treason or violation of the Constitution. Easy. I don't see how I could possibly break that. May be impeached by the Supreme Court in a joint session with absolute majority of its members. Ministers chosen from the Assembly, appoints the ministers to the Council, of ministers from elected members of the Assembly. Election threshold 10%, sounds fair enough. Article 50 of the new Constitution, presidential decrees. Article 1851, may issue decrees on the political, social, economic issues that would carry the force of law. However, they cannot contradict the Constitution and are subject to judicial review. Alright. So I might want to take a peek at that Constitution. Unlimited terms. Sure. I'll be the FDR, or the Tommy Remendesau Jr. Up until it's necessary to gain democracy cookie points. Justices of the Supreme Court not responsible for the actions performed in the exercise of their duties. Honorary membership gives immunity. Excuse me. Article 99 of the new Constitution defines a Member of Honor title, appointment procedure, as well as a right to members may exercise. Member of Honor has absolute immunity and is a permanent member of the Grand National Assembly. They are entitled, I know it says he, she, but they are entitled to their security team, provided by the state's presidential guards, eligible to live in a special private residence, provided by the state for free. They get their own dacha. The only Member of Honor is Tarkeen Sol. So you're telling me that as is on law, we have nobility. And as it is, Tarkeen Sol thus isn't just a noble, but immune to any action against him? Nuh-uh. Gotta work on that. Article 5 of the Constitution. Amendment may be proposed by the members of the Assembly with at least 150 signatures, at least 2/3 majority of vote in the Grand National Assembly, and a simple majority in the Supreme Court required for the amendment. Okay. We do have a simple majority. And if I curry favor with the communists and the liberals alike, I just said that out loud, then I might be able to secure supermajorities when I can't use my executive orders. Currently, we have a court backlog, strain on the legal system causing delays, disorders, even unintentional injustices. Limited women's rights, suffer from extreme sexism in both workplace and at home. The law bans any girls to learn natural science, social science, and the like. Alright, that's gotta be fixed, and education is my top priority in this current mandate. Always paid less compared to male counterparts, no legal protection at home. In the case of abusive husbands, which we probably can't do much about that because there's a court backlog. The Bluedish problem. Complicated relationship with the millions of Bluedish peoples living inside its borders. They don't get the same treatment as swords, give it to them. Judicial rivalry. Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice were in a political, legal, constitutional rivalry about who has a higher legal authority. We have some human rights. Some human rights are respected, albeit violations still exist due to the extensive law enforcement powers. And freedom of the press mostly enjoys a free right to communication and expression. Good. Alphonsonomics, based on a planned doctrine, since Sorden's economy has been based on planned, but that Alfonso enacted free market reforms, finds itself between the two. Weak transportation links, unemployment crisis, tax evasion, which probably does need the courts to be cleared up, decreased trade volume, Bergia economy plummeting. Bergia is one of ours, isn't it? Yeah, that's Bergia right down here. Lauren Rust Belt, lack of investment, region's economy is going down at a rapid rate, increasing crimes. Fantastic. So the Rust Belt, I could either revitalize the economy or diversify the economy there, and so more opportunities would mean less crime, which means less of a backlog for the courts. Adnan lacks, pretty much everyone lacks investment then. Going down at a rapid rate, causing increasing crimes. Stagnated production. Military, gendarmerie under defense. Security and public order. Primarily focuses on rural security but can be deployed to assist cities by mayors. General staff. Military planning body comprised of the top generals. Compulsory military service. Currently, there is military interference in politics. Unless I want to get junted out, probably want to deal with that. Outdated military equipment. If I align myself with our communist neighbors to the east, we could probably get some military aid vis-a-vis that. So I don't have to spend as much myself. Internal security jurisdictions. Ministry of Defense has a right to exercise security inside Sordland due to the Gendarme. Large reservist pool. So we got outdated equipment, but plenty of troops. And experienced generals with countless years of service in the military. I'm probably gonna step on all their toes and make them hate me by minimizing military interference in politics. Welfare freedom is in the curriculum. Educational institutes have freedom to teach the creationism or evolution. Oh, that's what they mean by freedom in curriculum? Sometimes freedom isn't always best. Sure, creationism might sound like it's just religious rights, but it's not science. Voluntary vaccination. Citizens to choose for themselves and their kids to be vaccinated or not. Might have to mandate that, given the year we just left, the year we're still in. Renan welfare principles. Revolutionary welfare principle, which laid out, the state shall give welfare services to the Renan aristocracy. Hold on. State shall give welfare services by the Renan aristocracy. Are being questioned. I'm not sure what that means. That sentence structure right there laid out that state shall give welfare services by the Renan aristocracy. So who's giving out the welfare services? The Renan aristocracy or the state? It's probably going to come up at some time. Overburdened welfare system due to lack of fund and political mismanagement. So system is cracking. Low quality rural healthcare, we'll work on that. We'll get the education up. Inaccessible rural education, we're working on it. Inconsistent curriculum. Difference between certain governments have caused serious inconsistencies in the curriculum taught in Sordland. The America problem. Our schools are very, very local. We don't have a national standard. So whatever your local school district has the funds for, whatever policies they push out, is the standard you're getting. And in some cases it works great. If you're in a rich district, if you're a school that is lucky to have good teachers and good staff, you get a fantastic education. You go across town, and it's the worst education in the world. Which is true for most places, even education is equality, but there's no overall standard to at least give a minimum of expectations. Soulless education, with schools and universities providing understanding of the founding father to our keen soul, our future citizens be loyal subject to the state. I don't like it. How about we don't raise our kids to be good soulists, but instead teach them to be good Sordians? Good urban institutions, so I haven't got to worry about the cities education-wise. Order, state security privileges, security apparatus in Sordland enjoy excessive privileges in society. No, we're not going to back the blue, because there is corruption and organized crime. What's the issue with legal immigration? Has not decided on how to handle the increased immigration, leaving loopholes in the system that tend to be exploited. Diplomacy. OMEC members, organization for Merculpan Economic Cooperation stimulates economic progress and increases continental trade. We are a member of the AN, Alliance of Nations, global organization that maintains peace, security, and cooperation among members. And I'm sure their will is ironclad. Rumburg expansion, I promise the game is a lot more exciting than this. I just want to get a good overview of what exactly to expect, where my country is at. Rumburg Expansionism. Expansionist doctrine of Rumberg in the last century caused highly volatile situations on the Merkalpa continent. Rumberg is to my northwest, isn't it? Yeah, so you guys are expansionist. A Kingrick of Rumberg. Republic. Agnolia. Demokrati Republic. I guess they're my communist neighbors. Ooh, Agnolia gets heliport. They pretty much control this strait over here then. At least coming along here. Yeah, you see, that if I want to go through this area, we go to the Stall Bay to Stallport, and then along from there. I can't just go from, say, the Bay of Avery straight on through, like I can from Markian, from the Gulf of Nargis, just straight through between. I wonder if that is because they control all this territory, but they got split control here, or if that's just because it's more practical to sail close to land here. But from Duril Island to the strait is a pretty straight course. Whoops. Oh, I could zoom into cities. I've been afraid to, because I don't know if that locks me into anything. Political overview. My vice president and childhood best friend Peter. Lucian Galad, chief strategist. Factions. The Old Guard are solists from the old administration who defend the status quo and promote conservative politics. Key figure is Hawker, so they do exist. Oligarchs are the few powerful elite who control the majority of the wealth in Swordland. Key figure, Walter Tusk. Reformists, representatives of the government united at the call of the democratic reforms, who are probably not on my side. Friends, leader of the PFJP, and becoming the face of a major united opposition. Cool, because he wants democratic reform, I want democratic reform. Legislative, 130 seats for me. Simple majority. PFJP, if I can get the major opposition leader on my side, honey, that is a super majority for anything and everything. You're red, right? Red is the NFP. So, I could probably safely ignore the ultra-conservatives if I get the liberals on my side. Independence would be a nice bonus. Gloria Tori is a speaker. Judiciary. That breaks my heart. I'm inheriting a judiciary that is held by the conservatives of the Old Guard, who want to maintain the old status quo. Three centrist, three reformists. So that's 6 to their 5. That's okay, that's alright maybe. Okay. So, you guys have little clipboards on you. Some cities have clipboards. This country does not have a clipboard. And you have an exclamation mark. Okay, I want to see what happens if I click on a thing with a clipboard. Read the report. Congratulations from Chancellor Hegel. Country information. Volksland, influential country on the east coast across the Markian Sea. Island nation and a major naval power to be reckoned with. Valdrian spread around the globe because of their colonial past. Democratic Republic of Volks in the 1920s, all trace of the empire have been removed. Member of the CSP. Socialist Republic. Neutral relations, strong military. So I probably want an aligned nation with a strong economy or a strong military to have my back. History all the way back to the Volg tribe. Okay. I guess I could read the congratulations. Congratulations from Chancellor Hegel. Chancellor Hegel said his congratulations on a great victory and wished for a close cooperation between our countries in the future. Hegel signaled concessions from Volksland in case of a promising trade deal. He also congratulated the Swordist democracy for the successful election and warned us about the threat of Arcasia's growing influence poses for Eastern Macopia. True, Arcasia to the west is a bit more liberal. Where's Arcasia? I don't even see them, I think. Could I use my mouse? Or my, There we go. I don't even see Arcasia on the map. So I figure we're gonna have close ties with them. Volksland. Agnolia. Agnolia is a merchant nation in the northeast of Macopia, along the Markian Sea, masterfully crafted ships that sail many seas. Very introverted people, countries long under the shadow of the Swordland, while suffering territorial pressure from Rumburg. Okay, so maybe we got good relations, but they got a weak military. I can't really expect to defend them from Rumburg. What I can probably do is influence them to align themselves with communists across the sea. Get a good, solid Eastern Bloc. Congratulations from PM Van Horten. Prime Minister Van Horten congratulated us on our election and praised our party's stance on just and transparent elections. He signaled his wishes to continue the trade partnership between our countries as equal partners, as opposed to earlier trade deals, which he believes gave Swordland unfair advantages. Well, in this regard, I can maintain the status quo for now, maintain preferential trade for now, and once I get up and running, then we'll see. Rumburg has nothing to say to me. A vast kingdom with the cold North Macopia. Territorial issues, right of the country, give it a bad reputation. Overwhelming military and bad relations. Okay, Rumburg is gonna be an issue. So I guess I do want, actually, to maintain a good military because of them. But we're members of the AN. Are they members of the AN? Automatic rifle, KA-47 or 74. So basically Russia. Russia with a monarchy. Warming up to Arcasia. Oh no. Oh no. So Rumburg is going to be the Arcasian representative in this region, waging a proxy war with me. Rumburgian government's claims, contrary to the claims, the country's believed to have been heavily involved in both the Velen Civil War and the Swordist Civil War. So they are the proxy Cold War thing. Strong economy and below average civil rights record, with very few political freedoms. You see, Arcasia doesn't care if they're a literal dictatorship, so long as the money's flowing and they aren't communist. Home to research-rich Rumburg imports enormous amounts of raw materials to fuel their massive military industry. Member of the Organization for Macopan Economic Development, and a member of the Alliance of Nations. Okay, so maybe if we do have issues, we can deal with this with them diplomatically. Velen is a fragile country in the mountainous areas of western Marcopa. Known to be the origin of the Nuriti religion, contains many important shrines, extraordinarily hospitable, despite the lower living standards. Political freedoms and civil rights somewhat limited due to the strict government policies focused on stability agenda. Neutral relationships and weak military, so they might get gobbled up by Rumburg eventually. Are they a member of the AN though? Member of OMEC and the AN. Congratulations from President Smolak. President Smolak said his congratulations on the election victory and wished for a cooperative future between Velen and Sordlin, signaling a desire to normalize diplomatic situation between the two countries. And what about Lesbia? Congratulations for the Prime Minister Alvarez. Prime Minister Alvarez congratulated you for the result and spoke about his hope to have a beneficial partnership deal in the future. He sent his best wishes to the Sordis people and warned us about the threats of the encroaching Malenovist influence of United Cortana from the east, emphasizing the importance of unity in our continent Recopa. Does he not like that I'm already aligning myself with United Cortana? Malenovism was a communist theory advocated by Cortana revolutionary Leon Malenevi as a variant of Carlos Marcia's theory of Marcian socioeconomics, founding a vanguard party of the proletariat internationalism, and a dictatorship of the proletariat based on working-class self-emancipation and mass democracy. Critical of the theory of socialism in one country in favor of Malenin's theory of permanent revolution. And I'm kind of already aligning with them, not because of ideology, but because I have aggressive capitalists to the West. Look at Rumburg with its overwhelming military and its poor track record of civil rights. I can't trust them. I have to lie to somebody. Lesbia, wealthy country, neutral relations and a strong military. So I'm pinched between strong militaries. Culturally more social and political, more liberal, recent government has begun to turn away from openness, promotes isolation and protectionism. So kind of like a slightly better version of Trump America. Slightly better. Not to give any praise to that version of America. Alright, so what's going on in Laren? Report from Laren. Low production in Anglin. Report calls to attention the alarmingly low levels of productivity growth in the region of Anglin, where there are also high rates of food insecurity, malnutrition, and poverty in inner parts of the region. That's no good. Lack of investment. Mayor of Arvery, Eric Neal, well, chat, I guess it goes to show that the 10-20 minutes I spent reading through every minutia of the government is summarized just by reading these reports. So if you wanted to play, you don't have to dig through every single brief like I did, when you got these summaries right here, I guess. Mayor of Arvery, Eric Neal, reports a lack of adequate infrastructure on Arvery, which seriously undermines the attractiveness of Arvery's investment climate. Foreign investors, particularly from Magnolia, are becoming hesitant to invest in the city. So I could turn Arvery into the jewel of the north by investing. And if I bring in money from the neighbors to the north, that's money for the economy to afford the rural hospitals and the food insecurity. Meanwhile, according to data published by the National Business Council, around 19% of the company's total expenditure in Agnoland is absorbed by logistical costs, while in peer regions, this figure is below 10%. That's insane. Report from Lockhaven, my wife's town. The latest marine traffic reports show that the port of Lockhaven is no longer the busiest of the Mercopan continent, falling behind to the 3rd position. While this is a negative indicator for our administration, Lockhaven still has the potential to shine again as a major trading center. The port of Lockhaven is the largest port in Sordland, and holds enormous importance for the economy, particularly as a main distribution center, linking the capital and inner parts of Sordland to the rest of the world, and inner parts of Sordland. So as important as Agenland is, this feeds everywhere, so probably should take some priority. Like,
Angling's on the fringes, I get that. And there's an attractive business partner. But this people love. Major port city hopefully keeps supporting a possible economic upturn in the entire country if the investment project succeeds in the entire country. So, if I boost up Lock Haven, that boosts our economic growth, and I could probably double up by growing Arvery, and that'll be a lot more wealth and budget to build up the rural schools and infrastructure and pretty much get things all happy, hunky-dory. Right? Right? Okay, 1.5 hours in, I can finally click the exclamation mark on the capital, start turn 1. Logistical issue from Holsword. The mayor of Holsword reports that the rising population and fast urban expansion has resulted in high levels of congestion in city traffic. Dudes, I got it. All the immigrants coming in, right, and they all go to the city. There's huge congestion, huge crime, because the opportunities are kind of there. Send them to the country. Get them farming. Food insecurity? Not if there's more people being granted the right to farm. Subsistence agriculture, which will free up money for spending on more luxury goods once we have the people's existential needs met. Mayor also reports the absence of a well-designed, large, land-based logistical center where all transporters come together is one of the greatest problems for domestic transporters because Holsword is a big metropolis. Transporters are scattered all over Holsword, having established such centers in 10 different districts. General staff gathers. The general staff convene right after the election to congratulate our victory. All branches of the Swordist Armed Forces were represented in the meeting and took place at the Camp Strongarm, with massive security measures. The chief of the armed forces, Vulcan Kruger, made a public press statement highlighting the increased chance of military confrontation in Eastern Mercopa and requested support to strengthen the military. Eastern Mercopa? They're our friends. We like the communists. And they're a bit more liberal down here, but they like us a little bit. There's no chance of Eastern confrontation. That is a non-issue. I'm worried about the overwhelming forces to the west. That's scary. Briefing on the current political situation, or briefing on the current economic situation. Well, let's look at money first. Simon Hall, Gus Manger, and Lilas Groff were about to arrive at the White Room for a scheduled economic meeting. This was a room in the Maroon Palace, where all important meetings were held. Okay. Let's see who I've got. You're Simon, right? Minister of the Economy. Politician and businessman, served as a Minister of the Economy, Commerce, and Energy of Swordland. Member of the USP, co-chairman, National Business Council, former chairman, Central Bank of Swordland, known to possess great influence over the economy of Swordland, and is regarded as one of the top experts in Swordland on financial matters. A biggest supporter of the free market reforms of Alfonso. So he's got influence, but he's probably in opposition to me, criticizes other policies, and blamed the recession on the rushed handling of the reforms. Famed for his promotion of the free market economy. An analysis of the economic boom in Arcasia. So, I think he might envy the capitalist out west. Several books and articles on the economic inequality of the Markian region earned him praise from economists, both in Swordland and abroad. But we appointed him, so if he stabs me in the back, it's my fault. Gus Manger, Minister of Rural Development. He looks a lot like my son, doesn't he? Does he not look like my son? Gus, Frank, Monica, is something going on here? Successful businessman, major investments in Enrica, few small businesses around the country, around the city. Minority ownership of FC Enrica, the football club of his hometown. Famed for his successful agricultural policies, credited for the long-awaited development of the rural regions of Sordland as minister during Alfonso's presidency. So maybe, if I have to do land reform, if I have him in my pocket, we might actually make a good go of it. Because if you look at the history of land reform, right, throughout the 20th century, whether or not they're successful or not, pretty much depends on two key factors. How much the government actually supports land reform, like meaningfully supports it, materially, financially, and whether or not America is afraid of the communists. Where America are not afraid of the communists, they don't put in the extra money, they don't push those governments to promote it, and it falls apart. Where America was worried about the communists, they're like, oh no, we don't want this poor agricultural class to turn communists. Give them land reform, give them money, give them materials. But since there's no America here, I could probably satisfy myself with Gus wanting rural agricultural reforms. And who's Lilius Graf? Current Minister of the Interior, member of the USP, Staff Sergeant of the Women's Army Corps, elected official on Arvery. So, if I boost up Arvery's ports, does that mean she'll pass my policies more frequently? Tenure as public advocate saw reformation of various housing, finance, and security policies. Prompted Tarkeen Soul to pick a replacement. Okay, so she might be cool with my reforms. Policies on urban planning and public education transformed the economy and boosted her popularity. So she is going to speak my language, I think. Boost the education to boost the economic, and then everyone loves us. Economic booms in Arvery and Holsword. See? She knows what I'm talking about. Known for supporting socially conservative politics throughout her career. Expert on on urban development and police relations. Most influential supporters of Anton Raine's candidacy. Well, she likes me at least. Inarguably brought her a large conservative support with the elections. Alright, so maybe she could help gussy us up with the old guard. Grab that supermajority. Two assistants arrived first, carrying a heavy projector. They stood with it by the door, waiting for the ministers to enter. From the hallway, I heard Lilius Graf's voice. She was using the patient, almost motherly tone she often took in heated arguments, oh no. Gus, do you really think that such an economically advanced area is in more need of investing than Agneland? Lilius, my interior minister, strode in. She was clad in shades of brown and beige, the only spot of color, a bright yellow Nurus star on her necklace. Gus followed close behind. Don't be an idiot, Lilius. What about the unemployment crisis the greater Holsword and Gesselin regions are going through? These areas are our economic heartland. Gus curled his hands into fists. The Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development's temper hadn't changed since his days in the Alfonso administration. But neither had his reputation for getting things done. His far-reaching network of connections was unlike any other. And Gus... Rural development? Okay, alright. Wait, the man of rural development is the one who understands the need of fluffing up this economic heartland and big port region before the potential economic jewel that is England? I think I like Gus already. He's got the connections, he can make things happen. Stick with Gus and Guinea. Simon Hole quickly stepped between the two ministers without looking at either of them. The enlightened centrist. He cleared his throat. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. What was this debate about? Now, I'm not gonna be the mean dad. First, good morning to everyone. Pleasantries. Good morning, everyone. How are you? I am very well and motivated, Mr. Rain. It seems our ministers are feeling the same. Just as expected. How's it going, Gus and Elias? Can clearly see that. Just what was that about? Or great to hear, let's begin. Now, pleasantries first. This is the first day of our administration. These guys may have been by my side throughout my entire political career and this campaign. But, first things first, good foot forward. How's it going, Gus and Lilius? It is looking good, sir. Although there seems to be a lot of work that requires attention. Especially about lifting people out of poverty. Certainly a challenge. I am feeling fairly confident about the current state of affairs. We've already begun restructuring local governments and introducing new safety measures, off to a good start. Good. Confident in your abilities? Or if there is anything you need help with, reach out to me. I am confident in your abilities. That is appreciated. We will not disappoint you. Both of you. I appreciate what both of them are bringing to the table. I know they won't. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, I would like to show you the latest economic situation. See, pleasantries first. Be nice to your cabinet. We'll get to business eventually. 2 hours in. Simon pulled a silk handkerchief out of his pocket and briefly wiped his glasses. I should too. Smudgy as they are. My staff and I have completely analyzed every aspect of... He was interrupted by a groan from one of the assistants by the door, both of whom are now visibly struggling to hold up the heavy projector. Can we get these guys a table? Oh, you can put it there. He pointed below the painting of President Sol. I guess we would have a painting of Tarkin Sol. He was a president. The assistants placed the projector next to the table and installed a white screen on the wall. Leave now. I mean, thank you. And please leave now. The assistants left the cabinet room. I was reminded that Simon had never quite had a way with people, but his facility with numbers had made him the most sought-after economic specialist in Swordland. Simon started looking for his slides. He always carried documentation around with him. Wait or yawn. Don't be rude, Guinea. Come on, come on. Lilius leaned to the table and spoke. Simon, what happened to the new police station constructed in Estord? What's Estord about? City of Estord, the most oil-rich city in Swordland. I don't really care about the founding. Large petroleum industry employs thousands of workers at less than ideal conditions. Between two rivers flowing down the Sorn Mountains. Between Swordland and Rumburg. Multiple wars with Rumburg caused destruction of the city several times over. Ugh. Rumburg. Swordland's reliance on foreign oil reduces the Estord. Swordland's reliance on foreign oil reduced, and Estord was the greatest beneficiary of the Black Gold Rush, leading to the formation of Swordland's Petroleum. So I do kind of want to eventually steer us away from fossil fuels, but right now it's the 1940s, and I'm seeing a possible source of revenue that could help us transition out. Because let's face it, right? I don't hold it against people too much if a smaller, less consuming nation opens up a coal plant. If one of us do, if a big consumer nation does, that's no good. But if a smaller guy does it to boost themselves up for a few decades for transitioning, that's fine. Because if you look at, right, the historical and the contemporaneous greenhouse gas emission contributions, climate change contributions, it's us. It's the big guys. If you wrap up the sum total of all the smaller nations, smaller economy, GHGs, and climate change contributions, compare it to just America alone, or America and Europe, it doesn't compare. It's like holding up our giant sun against what are the other giant solar monstrosities out in the galaxies. It's just night and day. While going through his briefcase, he paused for a moment to answer. It got stalled due to a government property boundary issue. Been meaning to look into it. I could take a look at that one. Estor needs all the security help it can get. Considering border with Rumburg, maybe, yeah. Sure, more time for me to spend on analyses. His eyes glittered when he finally found the slides he was looking for. There had been some developments about the Sordis Ren losing further value today. We've been trying to stabilize it with the central bank. The recession of 51 put enormous pressure on the economy, resulting in the collapse of the value of our currency. The entire situation was a significant cause of concern for administration. What would you like to know about the current economic situation? I get a choice. GDP and our debt situation. Might be valuable, but the thing is, GDP by itself isn't a very good value to look at and weigh against. You need other stuff with GDP, otherwise you get us today. Unemployment and inflation rate, status of the recession. I want to know how to start putting the wealth and budget I have into the economic areas that would turn that investment around to more wealth and budget to put into the schools and snowball from there. Hooray, GG, easy game. Debt situation, unemployment and inflation. Unemployment might be good to know if the game does allow me to give land grants to the unemployed city dwellers to go back to the country, alleviate the pressure on the cities, and increase food security. Can I? Unemployment and inflation rate. Unemployment rates have skyrocketed and is now at a staggering 16%, and the inflation is an average relative high of 7%. Unemployment is increasing crime and drug use, all the more reason to send the city dwellers back to the country. We need to get people off the streets to the country. The inflation isn't helping our average citizen either. And the status of the recession? The economy has been in a recession of about 6%, negative 6% in the past year. The average GDP has dropped from SR 15,454 per capita to SR 10,359 from 1951 to now. Oof. This administration's success depends on our ability to stop the recession. The sooner we can reach GDP growth, the better. And our GDP and debt situation, see, I knew it, all the more reason to focus right now, first and foremost, onto propping up those areas that are feeding the biggest areas of the country, that are the breadbaskets, they are the belts, and then putting money to the secondary sites and using the returns from those to fund the policies that I want to focus on. Current GDP is 310 billion Sordis Ren, and the national debt 427 billion. So hard to fathom that we nearly lost 150 billion in wealth. The past 3 years are tough. All the information I need. Economic strategy, alright. Here's where it opens up. Here's where I could have fun. Simon scattered the paper stack in front of him in an orderly manner and took a final look at his notes before clearing his throat. As you can see, the situation is alarming, but not everything is negative. The extensive privatization program of Alfonso left us a large budget surplus, which we can use to stabilize a crisis. The primary subject we need to settle on is what general path we will take in our term. Solonomics-based nationalization happened in the 1930s, and Alfonso's privatization began during the end of the 40s. What will our administration focus on? One of our main promises was to promote a planned economy to stop the recession. To be frank, I still don't think this was a good idea. I expect that he will oppose me on that, but I trust him, his connections, his money smarts, he will make it work. We shouldn't go back to Solonomics. It's the reason of the recession, says Gus. Self-sufficiency will help us in tough times. Graph. Didn't I say that Graph speaks my language? Take tiny Palau out in the Pacific, for example, my people. Its economy almost entirely based on tourism. Primarily tourism and... what's the word for it? And support from the US, financial support. And that's negotiable like every single year. And with COVID-19, naturally, they shut down completely. No tourists going in or out. No travel at all, except for like diplomatic stuff. And what happened? Tourism economy tanked completely, but robust fisheries and subsistence agriculture to pull through the year. I mean, now new President Whips wants to turn around and be like, take the example of COVID-19 as a failure instead of a success. Survived it. No COVID. Didn't stress out the infrastructure. Everyone lives, get to reopen. I count that as a success. Self-sufficiency will help us in tough times. But of course, Sam ignores it. Economic systems without regulations are bound to fail. Truth. I'm going to assume that I could ask about all this. What are the consequences of the free market? The more of the economy we control, the better we can manage a recession. And the downsides of the planned economy. See, this is why I say with my planned economy on key sectors that we really rely and depend on, but permit free market and free enterprise in other areas. We can do that. What are the consequences of the free market? There are not many, he says, ignoring the gross inequality. But one could say that we are much more likely to be influenced by the world economy. It is important to think about this subject because of the upswings of the world economy will reflect good on ours too. Yes, and when the global economy crashes, we go down with it. Every single time that America and the IMF forces a burgeoning economy that just wants to take care of its own to know, don't take care of its own, focus on your specialties, just do exports and commodities, and you could buy stuff from us, from the money you make selling to us. And then what happens? That commodity crashes, and suddenly free fall. Like I said, we have history on our side here. The structural problems of Solonomics were going to lead to a recession according to the predictions at the time anyway. Either way, even if we pick one of the doctrines, we retain the option to make economic choices on a case-by-case basis. See, Simon? You see, Simon? You disagree ideologically, but I knew you could make this work, because that's exactly what I was speaking of. Planned, with allowances here, there, and everywhere. That is, however, not recommended in my point of view. The last thing we need is a chaotic economic plan. That's fine. That is fine. We put the big, large, overarching thing, and then we could put known exceptions. It wouldn't necessarily be chaotic. Gus agrees with her. See? We have three competing or overlapping, depending, ideologies here, and they're all getting along fine. That is why you cannot just go by ideology alone. Never. There's another important point, which has a direct impact on our economy. Superpowers. And that worries me too, again, history on my side. We have won the election, but I am still against aligning ourselves with the superpowers. Too late, I've already promised to align with the communists to the east, because I don't trust the capitalists to just let me do my planned economy thing, especially with Rumberg aligned to Asia, or whatever it was, Akrasia, Akusia. Countries, Arcasia. So, clash is going to be inevitable, because even if I don't go purely by ideology, history tells us that others do. And others might be all too happy to assassinate me or fund separatists in the country if it means propping up a more capitalistic dictator as opposed to a more socialistic or communistic democracy. Economically speaking, we aren't as tied to United Cortana as we are to Arcasia, so deciding to align to the east is much more difficult to accomplish, says Hull. Well, currently, but we'll see. But I already agreed to align to United Cortana. Maybe it's less an alliance and more just keeping our mind open to diplomatic relationships regardless of differences. Look good? Must be very cautious. There are schemes being devised about Swordland. We cannot give in to the wants now, or in the future, otherwise our country will turn into a pawn. I want you to reconsider your promise to align with United Cortana. Made a promise to the people of Swordland, won't back down. Won't let United Cortana control Swordland. There is a revolution that was started by United Cortana, a permanent revolution, and Swordland must be a part of it. Or you may be right. You know, maybe they are right and I'm being hasty, because my decision to curry favor with United Cortana is mostly because Arcasia and Rumburg to the west are very truculent. But maybe my alliance with United Cortana, or desired alliance with, is going to cause Arcasia and Rumburg to be more aggressive. They may be right. They may be right. Let us see what happens. I don't know. Because I don't know if that means that I renege on my statements, or if I just keep an open mind. Nah, for now, what I can say for sure is a UC will not control Swordland. We will maintain a relationship, and possibly they might look favorably on our planned economy and help us out militaristically. But we won't go so far as to let them influence our policies. If they have to break it off, they break it off. Hopefully, if they do, then by then, we'll be in a better economic and development situation. I hope we can show and not tell. When the time comes, I hope you will make the right decision for our own good. Simon cleared his throat again. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Minister Wissi will be in charge of informing you on these types of foreign policy decisions. We must first decide on our internal economic plan. Alright, let's do it. Where's land reform? Simon put forward a legal document outlining the possibilities with both economic doctrines listed. The cabinet members looked at me. Have to thank Seoul and his planned economy for the boom. Clearly shows the success of the system. Finish what Alfonso started with his capitalist free market reforms. Would a planned economy focus bring us stronger allies? What's on our long-term economic schedule? Could I ask? This doesn't sound like a commitment yet. What is on our long-term economic schedule? Picking a construction company, trade relations, tax reforms, and welfare privatization or nationalization initiatives would be some of them. Welfare privatization would be the worst. It never works out. That is a death of the country. We must choose wisely, and remember that the free market economy, in all forms, is the future of the world. Though Lilius wouldn't be so sure. Would a planned economy focus bring us stronger allies? It would make United Cortana diplomatically look at our country in a more positive light. They are proponents of the planned economy, which I kind of want. The influence Arcasia has on the world economy is extensive. Our economic strategy should be based on internal reasoning, though. let's move on. What if I choose let's move on in lieu of either of these? Because I do want a planned economy, but I don't think that Seoul is to blame for any success. And I doubt that Alfonso's policies were what caused a recession. There were other factors. Let's move on for now, I think. Final thoughts then, Mr. President. Critical institutions must remain in state control, yes, fully responsible in delivering services. Look at opportunities like privatization to create financial resources. What about a combination? Market economy doesn't quite require as much guidance that could help us attract foreign capital, or hard to fully agree or disagree with these options. See, what I want is critical institutions and state control, but privatization in other areas. And yeah, a market economy might not require as much guidance, but it still needs a hard regulatory fist around its throat to remind it who's boss, otherwise you get... Will 4 lead me to planned with private on the fringes? It is, and while every cabinet member has their own opinions, your final say is what counts. This is the overall strategic direction. Okay, so if it's the overall strategic direction, then I guess I could go for planned, and then punch holes where I want to punch holes. Our ability to make micro decisions still remains. So the general economic plan to promote is going to be a planned economy as promised. And I'm not going to get elected on one series of statements and then go back on all of them. I was elected on a given platform. I'm going to stick to that platform. Promote a planned economy as promised. Though Gus is not sure if he made the right decision here. Gus looks worried. Gus did not like that. It's alright, Gus. Gus! Rural development! Aren't you the one who wants to see agricultural reforms in the rural areas? You should be on my side, man. You and me, we're gonna be a team. Now that there is clarity on which direction we were heading, I will work on a good plan accordingly. See, Simon, ideologically opposed, but still willing to make the numbers work. This concludes our meeting. At our next gathering, we'll talk about the upcoming infrastructure investment plan. And now that the economic direction was taken, the ministers dispersed for lunch at the Maroon Palace. Saving. And everything lights up now. Okay, what's the news in Lenkberg? Infrastructure report. Recent collapse of tourism industry in Lenkberg has led to a reduction in trade traffic and road maintenance. The road network is currently in service, but is in need of substantial improvement. Ports, country roads, and bridges similarly suffer from a lack of investment. Firms doing business in Lenkberg report significant shortage of warehouse facilities, particularly refrigerated facilities, with implications both for the transportation system and the ability to service the population's basic food and health needs. Hence, the importance to take those bloated city populations, put them in the country, boost up subsistence agriculture. That's our food, that's our health. It'll be good. Nobody in the foreign realms want to speak to me, no reports from them. Lauren, I didn't have a report from. Increasing unemployment. Number of people filing for unemployment in Morna continues to rise as the recession continues. The change in economic conditions is historic and stunning in its speed, said the mayor of Morna. In the aftermath of the crisis of 1951, the unemployment rate in Morna rose to 9% the following year. The last 6 months have almost erased all gains in employment for the last 2 decades. All the more reason to send everyone to the country, build up those healthy communities. Promising agricultural growth. What did I say? What did I say? For the first time in 3 years, the agricultural output of Sarna has increased. Many experts link the increased output to both the drop in temperatures and new farming practices that have been adopted in recent years. Additionally, farmers are now accessing more generous credit allowances from the government that were left over from the Alfonso administration. The Ministry of Agriculture reports that the region's agricultural industry has the potential to become a powerhouse in the future if investments persist. There you go. Come on. Shift the money to Sarna. Get the people out of the cities to take advantage of these new farm practices, the good temperatures, the climates. And there's another avenue of economic expansion while taking care of the belly of the citizenry. Gelsord Infrastructure Report. Recession led to a reduction in rail assets, with more than a fifth of the railway networks itself antiquated, being mothballed in the recent years, while the main lines of the railway network are currently in service. Increasing demand in goods from both Gelsord to the capital, is pushing the network to its limits. The rail signaling system in the region dates to the middle of the last century and is also in need of improvement. Okay, so I do have limited funds. What I do want to do is boost up, like, given economic things. Because if I boost those given economic things, that's money back in my pocket almost right away, that's a given. And I could use that money to fulfill my promises and improve infrastructure stuff as needed. Okay, Lockhaven. First, Holsword. Political situation. See, I don't know though if I get like limited moves. If I can do all that you can do, or if you're only allowed to touch a few certain things. Invest in mega infrastructure. One of 2 planned mega infrastructure projects. Well, first things first. We can't do anything without money. As much as I want to make a more egalitarian society, money is still what you use to pay for things and compensate people. So we gotta get that back on track. The Ministry of the Economy has put forward 2 bold plans for the mega infrastructure projects that would help with the economic recession in the long term. Investing in projects of this scale will take up some portion of our budget, but could prove worthwhile if accomplished successfully. I'm gonna do it. Just -1 to budget, but I gotta. And Lockhaven is pretty much the current economic jewel. Right now, it's like the 3rd biggest port, but it dropped down to the 3rd biggest port. So if I boost this up, it's got infrastructure. It's the heart that pumps material and wealth to the capital, to the interior. So we need that. That's a need. That's a need, and that's money. Invest in it. There's more. Discussion of the potential infrastructure projects. Alright, so we're funding it. What's it gonna look? Do I have the opportunity to put money into it and then make it fail? The view towards the Markian Sea from Lockhaven was nothing short of exquisite. The seaside state residence, fittingly named Blue Mansion, was large, fine, and accommodating. The same 3? Alright. But enjoying the luxurious mansion wasn't the main reason of our visit. We gathered the economic team here to discuss a new infrastructure investment project. Half an hour had already passed since the start of the meeting. Unfortunately, I did not even have the chance to have my usual afternoon coffee. Ugh. I'm a coffee drinker? Looking at the view from the windows, I let my mind drift for a couple of seconds. Simon's voice brought me back to the ongoing discussion. Mr. President, we need to focus on boosting the economy as quickly as possible. Agreed. One of the fastest ways to achieve this is through infrastructure projects. Nod. Agreed. Agreed. That I do at least agree on. On the one hand, businessmen are complaining about slow logistical rail network between Holsword and Lockhaven. Lilius started talking as soon as Simon took a breath. On the other hand, citizens are criticizing the lack of a proper highway connection between Lockhaven and Arvery. The narrow roads by the seaside are not only dangerous, but also difficult to traverse. So, need to heed the calls of businesses in these days of recession, need to pick the most profitable option for the economic growth, or the citizens and their demands matter the most. That is true. That is true. And I do want to take care of the people. But I need money to take care of the people. The thing is, though, a highway between Lockhaven and Arvery. Arvery is pretty much the second city on the coast, which can have good relationships, economic relationships with our neighbor to the northeast, our wealthy neighbor to the northeast. If it's a way to boost up Arvery's potential, that could help the people, while in the long term, I don't know, because Arvery's a port, we could just go by sea. We have a sea highway. For this project, though, we need to pick the most profitable option for the economic growth. That's what it's about. This is money. We'll make other decisions for social needs. Which is obviously connecting our two most economically powerful cities. It is not the business people that suffer, but the ordinary folk. Lilius is true, but we have other policies. We'll give them land reform, we'll give them other things. What really matters, though, is that we could accomplish something tangible in your first economic act. Okay, alright, came into this to make money, to fund everything else. Prove our administrative capabilities. The people must know that this administration can get things done. Must improve the economy of the nation and bring it out of the recession. They're both the same goals. I wonder if this game does a thing where you're often given options that don't really matter, but help you as a player mesh into the narrative and the universe in a compelling way. We must get out of the recession, though. Break the recession, afford all the cool toys. Therefore, I defined two important projects for your attention: the H3 Highway Project and the L1 High-Speed Railway Project. Mr. Holm repositioned himself on the chair to take a more comfortable posture. The Ministry can only support one project at a time with the current capacity and budget. Let us move on to the details of each. So which one do you want to hear about first? Tell me about the high-speed rail. This is 1950s high-speed rail, so I don't know if I want to do highways first and then improve rail projects once we get better technology. But if he's giving me good enough high-speed rail, I want to hear about it. Your predecessor, Alfonso, has failed in delivering this campaign promise, but we can start the construction of this groundbreaking railway project. As you know, our current trains cannot meet the standards of today. As many other countries adopt new electric engine technology to power up the trains, we fall one step behind. So we are getting high-speed electric trains, which is going to mean more fossil fuel consumption for now until we enact Energiewende. Do we get to do Energiewende? All electrical to go with all green energies? Reports about the newest trains for United Contana traveling at incredible speeds has piqued our business interests. They too want to transport resources and materials from Holsworth to Lockhaven with great speed and efficiency. And a business tie with United Contana then? For the trains or the technical expertise? Maybe, as a show of good faith, will give us a freebie to help us upgrade our infrastructure, so long as we stick to a planned economy? Agreed. Must obtain the high-quality technology of superpowers. Could also empower the businesses and bring investments. Major cities of Swordland need more infrastructure to support the growing population. Not fully convinced. Please, explain further. Keep your cards close to your chest, Guinea. Our plan is to upgrade the old L1 line from Holsworth to Lockhaven. It will transform to high-speed rail. Look at the map. So Holsworth is here, Lockhaven is here, and it does go through Gelsord, Anrika, Ellery. So that's not just linking up big economic city to big political city. That's quite a bit of benefit throughout here. High-speed materials and wealth to all of these to branch out to surrounding communities. I like it. Looked at the map. Gus was pointing at Holsworth while Simon was looking attentively. The plant construction starts right here in the capital. It will go to Anrika first. Oh, Ellery's on the highway. Ellery gets skipped over, but what is that? Descott? Anka? Well, these smaller cities will benefit surely. And maybe if there's a boom in these smaller cities, right? That is more opportunity and wealth. So not everyone needs to be in the capital of Holsworth or the economic capital of Lockhaven. That is more incentive to pull people away from poverty here to opportunity there. I like it. I love it. I'm already convinced. Then continue to Gelsord. And then connect to Gelsord, after which we reach Lockhaven, our economic powerhouse. The L1 will significantly boost the economy on the newly linked cities, and even the rural areas in between. Lockhaven is our primary port. So goods unloaded here will be transported to Holsworth much faster. Yes, we should link these rural areas in the middle with the major cities of Swordland. Benefit the businesses in Swordland as a whole. Investments in already developed regions make little sense. It's not about the already developed regions. It does make sense, because you help them make money for you, and in doing so, link these rural areas in the middle with the major cities, spread that national wealth. We are talking about the wealthiest regions, and forgetting about Anglin, which needs it more. Graph. Agland is right on the border with Agnia. Wealthy Agnia that wants to invest in Agland. I have plans for Agland, trust me. Trust your Presidente. The mayor of Anrika, Current Leste, also requested this project to be prioritized. So support from Curtin Leste. Member of the USP, as almost everyone is. Longest serving mayor in the country. Moved to Bethany for his father's career as a lawyer. Holsworth State University. Everyone practically is Holsworth State University. Almost nobody is from my alumni. Founded the National Nurse Association to fight against the decreasing religious and moral values among the youth. Okay, so if I get him on my side, then that probably carries favor for me among the social conservatives of the country. Plus the business aspects. Businessmen are going to love this. So this might give me the support of the liberals and the conservatives alike. Organize a famous cultural festival, Benfi Cultural Festival. Re-elected 3 times in a row. Popular among the Swordist nationalists and the conservatives. Okay, see, I don't quite like the nationalists because they're ultra-conservatives, but if I have him happy with me, then they'll be happy with me maybe. Businessmen in the region would be very content, which increases investments and employment. Therefore, I will recommend the L1 high-speed rail project. Well, first off, tell me about the other project. I want to make an informed decision. I know what I like, but try to convince me. Very interesting, but could you tell me more about the highway project? The H3 project aims to improve the abysmal state of the road network in the Anglian region bordering Agnolia. The area is home to several million Agno-Sordish and Sordish who feel neglected. There are no proper highways connecting to and from Agland. The mayor of Arvery, Eric Neal, has been asking for a bigger budget to develop the regional infrastructure. He'll get it, just not right now. He told us that even trucks are having a hard time traveling through the main roads. The increased traffic is causing trouble for people commuting in and out of the region. It kind of reminds me of when the previous GF and I took a trip down from the West Midlands in England. Let's see. We trained on to where was it? Bournemouth, and onto some city over in Devon, was it? And then bus from whatever city that was down to Lyme Regis for fossil hunting for ammonites. But the roads in that part of the country, beautiful roads, nice highways, but once you got to like in town, roads barely big enough for the bus to get through, and at that time of day with traffic coming out of the city, imagine a very, very narrow road with buses and SUVs equally trying to squeeze through. Add a bit of third world onto it, and that's probably what these roads here are like. We can't leave the request of a party member unanswered. Oh, I don't like that. That's telling me that option there is caring more about taking care of the party than the people. That must be cumbersome for the people. It is, bless their souls. I'm happy we're thinking alike on the matter. See, there you go. Keep her happy with me. Let's look at the map. Look at the map. Pointing at Lockhaven. The H3 highway starts here and leads to Lenkirk. But there's not as many rural communities in between, though. There's like no, I mean, sure, helping this out, right, is a boost to here, but it's pretty much just England. From there, it goes all the way to Avery. As a result, the road network towards the Agnolian capital, Stalport, will improve substantially, which does mean more money and more capital from the business in Agnolia. She paused and leaned forward in her chair. I saw the central government continuously neglect the Agno-Sordis-dominated regions when I was mayor. Is this administration going to continue that kind of negligence? No, it's not about negligence. It's boosting money here, and then we could afford to take care of them. Should no longer neglect a key region for our trade with Agnolia, or make Agno-Sordis citizens be respected as swords like all of us. We should make them feel respected. I am all for Sordis citizens, without separation or preference. Therefore, we should think about the country overall. It has to be pointed out that the highway would be less beneficial in the near term. I have to disagree. It will increase the speed of transportation throughout the region. Our citizens will be quite pleased if we successfully accomplish this. Besides, if we enter trade talks with Agnolia, they would see the investment to be a positive sign. This is also true. And I do want to improve trade relationships with Agnolia. They're wealthy. They're currently okay with us. What will be your final choice, Mr. President? But as much as I want to benefit this right away and get positive trade relations with them, it's going to have to be high-speed rail to boost the heartland, and then we could afford to boost this up and then get their money. have decided that the L1 high-speed rail project to improve the connection between our most productive cities must be what we do. There's a recession, must pull out of the recession, and then afford everything else. The right choice, Mr. President. The negotiations will begin in the middle of this year. You will be able to award the contract to a corporation of your choice, so I can still spoil it. The ministry estimates that the entire construction will finish in 2 years if every step going forward is executed successfully. 2 years. Graf, I'm sorry, this means we likely won't be able to invest in Arvery this administration, but if we make re-election, then for sure, I'll put money into it. Day one. Promise. Thank you all for your contributions and thoughts. Have a good day. See you soon, Mr. Rain. Have a nice day, Mr. President. No goodbye from Simon Hall, though. The evening settled on the beautiful coastline of Lock Haven. Alright, what's the news then? Railway under construction. Aww. They added that. Pretty cool. Magnolia, we alright? Still have good relations. So they're still going to want to have good trade relations with me. Just not as good as it could be this term. Nobody else's reports for me? What's the news say? Swordland today. Academy meeting held in Holsword. Contacts close to the government report that yesterday, Swordland's economic policies had been planned behind closed doors. Shortly after the meeting that was also attended by President Rain, the Ministry of Economy has released a statement regarding the short-term economic plans, which included the promotion of a planned economy. And that's a previous news report about our election. Freezing temperatures recorded. The Meteorological Institute has reported a record low temperature of -29 in the city of Uzuren. That's one of ours, right? The few major Bludish cities in Swordland. I do want to maintain good relationships with the Bludish population, our Bludish minority, since there is a Bludish separatist movement. Warning for frostbite has been issued in the cities of southern Bergia. People are advised not to go out, unless they must, due to the risk of frostbite. Schools are closed at this period. Okay, good. Where is anything on the bluish people? Regions, landmarks, history? Miscellaneous? No. Would they be under characters? Or is that just individuals? That's just individuals, I think. Organizations would account cultural thefts. Locations, history. Guess not. Blood-ish. Is there an entry for Blood? Bludish Freedom. Bludish Freedom Front. Workers' Party of Bludia. But nothing about who they are as a people. Nationalist violence, you see why I don't gussy up with the nationalists. A man in his 20s has been beaten with a baseball bat in a paramilitary-style attack in Arvery. The man claims to have been attacked because of his ethnic background as an Agno-Sordis citizen. It was approached during a walk at the park by a group of right-wing extremists who are suspected of being regulars of the National Front Party office. The group inflicted serious injuries to his legs and arms, police said. The man was brought to the hospital after making his way to a nearby property. The police service in Arvery said it was a brutal attack for which there is no justification. Full agreed. There is no place for attacks such as this in our society, said Eric Neal, mayor of Arvery, and called for unity and urgent restraint from the populace. Armadine Industries pioneering electronics. A new prototype for the first pocket radio was displayed by the Arcasian electronics company, Armadine Industries, in Ventry City. After 6 years of research, the engineers behind the pocket transistor radio have revealed that the material science questions regarding the composites have been solved. The company is now filing the patents for the product. The CEO of Armandine, Aaron Bridges, is predicting an IPO at VCSE in the upcoming years. In a bid to raise further investment, Mr. Bridges has called for all venture capitalists who believe in the future of sciences and technology in the marketplace to invest in the company. The president of Arcasia, Dwight Walker, praised the bright minds of Arcasian engineers following the announcement and called for further technological advancements for the military-industrial complex. You see why I don't trust Arcasia? They're all fine and dandy with technology and free markets, but right away pushing it into military-industrial applications, probably to bump up their Rumberg dudes. Anywho, I still have the political briefing, but it's been 2.5 hours, so I gotta pee, so give me a small bathroom break, and then we'll see what political leanings we can do, or political maneuverings. So 1 second. Alright, see, just a short break. Refresh the mind and bladder, give the jaw a rest before hopping back into more jaw wagon. Briefing on the current political situation. Maybe I might be able to convince the Agnolians to invest in Aglin anyway. Where my infrastructure projects fail, foreign development projects might be able to step in. Peter Vectern, best friend Peter, my VP, arrived a couple minutes early and sat across from me. He was struggling to hold back his smile. We did it, Anton. We won. Finally. All those years with our noses to the grindstone paid off. I guess it is still day one of the election victory. And instead of talking to best friend Peter right away, went off to the coast to talk to my money people. Poor Peter. Peter's eyes sparkled. The strain of the past months had put a damper on his usual rakish charm. But today, he was looking and acting more like his old self. He loosened his tie and undid the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Enjoy the new secretary I picked out for you. Thought you'd appreciate her gorgeous set of talents. It's a shame the rest of your staff aren't as easy on the eyes, Peter. Peter, please. This might be day 1 in office. But don't think I won't give you mandatory sexual harassment training. 2 hours a day, every day, from now until the next election, Pete. I'll do it, don't test me. He gestured to the slight paunch that protruded over his waistband. But hey, back in university, did you ever imagine we'd be sitting here in the Maroon Palace? We have to celebrate this great victory. Celebrate then. Got my hands on something special for us. An Ellery Maroon 30-year-old. Celebrate at the inaugural ball. Just hang in there till the evening. Or not the time to celebrate, Peter. We have work to do. True, the work never ends, but we have time to celebrate. How do I want to celebrate with my old university friend who's been by my side for all these years? Personal celebration with a bottle of something. I'm hoping that an Ellery Maroon 30-year-old is a bottle of something, or the inaugural ball. You know what? I think this means is sitting in my desk, pull open the drawer, there's a bottle, split a glass between us, and on to business. I think we could afford ourselves a glass of something then. A celebration between friends, and then the ball in the evening. Wait, Ellery is in blue. The fourth largest city in the greater Holsword region. The old capital. The capital of Swordis alcohol for its famous vineyards and whiskey distilleries. In a high delta on fertile ground. Cool. The best wines in Swordland. And the competition wines from Borin. Dozens of whiskeys, etc., etc., etc. Large Mark Air Force Base and the Air Force Academy, also in the region. In the last few decades, lesbian oligarchs started to buy extensive housing in the area, something of a gentrification that's become a big debate in the city. I opened the expensive bottle of whiskey and poured into 2 glasses I prepared. The exquisite smell filled the room immediately. He says exquisite, I still think all alcohol smells like jet fuel to me. The 1924. That was my freshman year. Also the year after the revolution. Very difficult times to be honest, but this smells like heaven. The future awaits, Peter. Screw 1924. It is tainting this moment. Anton, Presidente, don't be a dick. This is a cause for celebration. Happy thoughts, good moments, bonding with friends, to the future. I raised my glass and toasted with Peter before smelling the whiskey and taking a sip. The sweet vanilla tone combined with an oaky taste developed into a lingering smokiness. Is that what alcohol tastes like to people? Because I've tried different things, and it all pretty much tastes the same to me. Some measure in like fruitiness or sweetness, but for the most part. Peter seemed to be really enjoying himself. What a taste. This is how we should start all meetings, Anton. Wouldn't get much done. Remember the last administration. Yeah, but we are different. We are special. All they did was enjoy the privilege. Hope it won't be the case for my cabinet. We can't make the same mistakes again, no. That's the important thing. This is a new mandate, a new administration, a new Sordia. We learned from it all. Yes, we did. We learned from all the mistakes. To repeat them. The door swung open, and Lucien Galad, my chief strategist, walked in. He was a compact man, with sharp bird-like features. After briefly surveying the room from wall to wall, he sat down, poured a glass of water, and opened his briefcase in a series of quick, graceful movements. All right then, Lucien. What do you stand for, my chief strategist? Current chief strategist, president of Swordland. Party member, as everyone is. We gotta diversify that, because right now, I think everyone is USP. Legislative, we got the simple majority. Judiciary is mostly Odgard, as far as political leanings go, so we have some opposition there. Worked as a lawyer and CSO at several companies. Well respected as a successful strategist, especially for his accomplishments in the recent election. So probably have him to blame for me. The most experienced members of the cabinet. Not a famed figure in the public eye. Regarded by many to be an expert on law and the media. One of the first supporters of Anton Rein's candidacy in 1953, and credited as a strategist of the election campaign. Alright, so he's not pulling as much influence, but he's giving me lots and lots of brain power. Although, alliance-wise, I'm not really seeing what his beliefs are, like ideology, economically. Gentlemen. The tall case clock in the room struck 3 o'clock. Damn, you're exactly on time, which means you're late. If you're on time, you're late. Hello, Peter. Lucian then turned towards me. He very slightly bowed his head. Glad to see you, Lucian. Lucian, what's up? Or let's not waste any time, Lucian. Proceed. Glad to see you. Politeness and pleasantry is always to start with. It is a privilege to be here, sir. Lucian spoke in soft, clipped tones that immediately drew your attention towards what he had to say. Peter and I waited for him to proceed. Let us start by evaluating our current situation. The majority of the Swordish people demand change. They are more concerned about the economy than the Constitution, but they blame the system for their problems. Well, this is great, because we're going to get the money moving to afford the changes to the Constitution and the systems. The people are losing their trust in our democracy. Why do you think radicals like Bernard Circus are becoming more popular? Everyone's expecting us to bring change the last government did not. Bernard Circus, poet, novelist, joined the Red Youth during the Swordish Civil War, but then so did we. Surviving the purge of Tarquin's soul, moved to United Contana. Greatest achievements, Swordish literature. But because of his views, his works have been banned in Swordsland since 1930. We have got to loosen up the censorship. Strikes against the Swordish government, failure to include amnesty laws, started becoming popular in Swordish politics. Ran as an independent, but didn't secure enough votes, did he, since the independents couldn't secure even 10%. First communist to be elected to the Grand National Assembly of Swordsland. Oh, is he actually? Is he? Poet, novelist, politician. Alright. Anyway. Franz Richter, leader of the Reformists, believes that true change can only be accomplished by transferring some of our powers to the Assembly. I'll move into the details of the demands shortly. Right now, that's probably not a bad idea, since we do have the simple majority, and if I can get the liberals, who do want more of a free market, but also want better human rights, onto my side, then that'd be supermajority. Though even ideology aside, there are people in both the ultra-conservative nationalists and the liberals who do have certain views and demands and desires that do align with ours. So I might be able to attract a good following in both camps to give us support. What I want out is this Orso Hawker and the old guard maintaining a good solid block on the judiciary. Nuh-uh. That I won't abide by. Agree with the reformists, responsibility is to democratize our broken system. We must listen to the people if we want to serve this country, but if we lose power, we won't be able to execute the changes we need to make for the good of the country. Maybe we should hold on to some... No. I'm thinking at this with modern standards. of what the executive-legislative relationship is. Right now, the previous regimes have made the country more and more authoritarian. We already hold way too much executive powers. That does need to be loosened. Democratize our broken system. That's the very reason we stopped supporting Seoul in the first place. That is exactly what we campaigned for, too. A true change that will move the country forward. We need many allies against the old guard in the government. They know. They already know. Mr. Richter managed to persuade many members of the assembly to give their support for drafting a new constitution. Reformist politicians are quickly increasing in number. Good. Good? That means we might be able to wash away the influence of the old guard. Which one's Richter? Franz Richter, Swordist politician, businessman, leader of the People's Freedom and Justice Party. Notable human rights advocate, that's right, he leads the Liberal Party. Liberal Party, but a proponent of human rights. While the reformist wing in our own party is still a minority, they could have a tripartisan majority in the assembly, especially if they unite under Franz Richter. USP reformists aren't wrong to agree that we need change, but we should be in charge. Nah, man. Did he not take a look at the country overview and the current things we have in law? The simple majority is not enough. We need supermajority to pass some things that my executive orders cannot. We need those alliances. Mr. Richter could be a potential ally in our goal to maintain a majority. Did I not say? Did I not say? Mr. Richter could be a potential ally in our goal to maintain a majority in the assembly. He's definitely key in this. Lucian and I practically reading each other's minds. The reformist demands are clear. They want to limit the president's veto's power, to ensure that the Supreme Court is independent, and take away the court's right to vote on constitutional amendments. But isn't that the purpose of the court? We got two courts though, don't we? Judiciary. Where is the issue of the judiciary? Is it under order? No. Law? Court backlog. Judicial rivalry. Supreme Court and Ministry of Justice are in a political, legal, and constitutional rivalry about who has a higher legal authority. But how that's manifested I haven't seen yet. Support the reformist, need a proper balance of power in this country, must listen to their demands, otherwise they're no different for the previous administration. His heart's in the right place there, but I think that's no backbone. I think that's just like, do whatever they want. We can't look the same. Give them all they ask for? No. Shape our own future. We'll listen to them. We'll support them. We do need balance. That much I do agree with. I agree. We can't ignore the winds of change after all. The old guard will do its best to preserve the Constitution. Chief Justice Harker and his allied judges have a great influence over the Supreme Court, which will be tough to break. The court also has the final say over constitutional legislation. Without their approval, we cannot even change it. Okay, what's the current? So, yellow is centrist, blue is reformist. So if I want to reform the Constitution, we do, for sure, have 3 votes in it. I would simply have to try to convince the centrists to vote on our side, to change the Constitution. Whole Sword State. Everyone's gone to Whole Sword State. Everyone, every single person went to Whole Sword State University, but me. I'm the only one who hasn't. Firm believer in democracy and secularism, and spoken out against the oppression of the Seoul state apparatus numerous times. Anti-communist. Okay, so she might not like our planned economy, but I am promoting economic growth in key economic regions, so she might like that. and against the oppression of the soulless state apparatus. So she's no friend of the old guards. If I can get 6 votes here, or 6 justices to speak up. Well, she's a notable justice, though. She's not the only centrist justice. There's 2 others. But if she represents them, maybe she could secure 6 justices to vote towards constitutional changes? A comprehensive bill to balance the power structure more fairly, break the power of the Supreme Court one way or another. Yes and no. We want the power of the Supreme Court. What we don't want is for it to be so conservative. Although, if one way or another means that a couple of ancient old guard justices suddenly find themselves in retirement, terminally, do I get to fill the seat? Do I get to fill the seat? President veto bills. President impeachable by the court if we do anything unconstitutional. Ministers from assembly, election threshold, not seeing where the justices come in though. But yes, we must break the old guard. We must make a more balanced, fair government. I agree, the old guard won't like this though. Well, tough cookies to them. A comprehensive reform that would make the reformists happy would mean maintaining a balance between all branches of government. Which means removing your absolute veto as well. The reformists demand that all loopholes in the Constitution are closed. Many challenges. Cannot allow obstructionists to exist. We can't underestimate the situation. We can figure it out. Our party still holds 130 out of 250 seats in the Assembly. We've got the power. However, to reform the national constitution, we must receive a 2/3 majority in the Grand National Assembly, which is 166 votes. Oh, cool. So I only need 36 more votes. And a simple majority in the Supreme Court that equals to 6 votes. That one might be tougher. After we have settled on how to proceed, we will need to talk with our party figures. Excuse me. Our first goal must be to get the 150 signatures needed to start the process. Following the green light from the USP, we will reach out to other party leaders to see if they could back our draft. The last step is to convince the justices of the court. The entire process will take a long time, but we must start working with the Reform Committee to evaluate all possibilities for a new constitution as soon as possible. So if I can guarantee that USP votes my way, that's a guaranteed 130. And if I don't want to give up veto power, then maybe more conservative or nationalists leaning people in the legislature might vote with me. So either way, it could be possible to secure 36 extra votes needed to pass a constitution that still gives me veto power. Because what am I as an executive if I don't have the veto? The new constitution should give the president wide-ranging powers to lead Swordland into the future. See, but if I do that, that just makes us more authoritarian. As the previous guy was doing anyway. That's just Soul's thing. Work with the old guard to protect our existing extensive powers. Okay, if my only choices are break some of my powers to work with the reformists, or become more authoritarian myself, or work with the ultra-conservative old guard into fascism, then fine, reformist it is. I'll cut my right hand off if it means everyone else gets to be better. That is what we've been preparing for internally. Don't forget that the promises is what got us elected. Okay, cool. So they're happy with that. Peter is working to get the USP in line. The key thing here will be strengthening the power of the Assembly, which you already lead with a majority. Peter nodded in agreement. But here's the thing, right? I don't necessarily believe in the future of the USP. The USP has been the party for ages, but doesn't necessarily have to be the party, you know? It won't be us in the future. Yes, the divisions of power need to be rebalanced for a better Swordland. According to the initial draft we made with the Reformists, so there is an initial draft, the Reformists are on board, there are 2 changes to the Constitution that are not open for their discussion. The first is that the Supreme Court will no longer vote on constitutional amendments. Second, the President's absolute veto power will be taken away. This can be replaced with a limited veto system by fixing the current loopholes. Okay, so it's not an absolute veto, but we still do get a veto. And what's the current Supreme Court like? The highest legal body for constitutional and judicial law review. It examines the constitutionality, it respects both forms of substance of laws, decrees, and having the form of law, and the rules of procedure in the Grand National Assembly, if necessary. It also functions as a supreme criminal court to hear any cases raised about the President of Swordland, members of the Cabinet, or presidents and members of the High Courts. Has a right to review enactments both before and after review, and it could invalidate whole laws or governmental decrees and prevent their application in future cases. The Supreme Court also functions as a second legislative body. When a proposal to change the Constitution of Swordland passes the Grand National Assembly of Swordland, giving them the final vote on constitutional changes. Okay, now I see why the Assembly and the Reformists don't want the Supreme Court to just become the House of Lords. I don't even know how the judiciaries are appointed. It could be life appointment, it could be I appoint them, it could be the Assembly appoints them, I don't know. What is Supreme Court? Supreme Court is Supreme Court. Then what is Supreme Court? Supreme Court is also Supreme Court. What about the Supreme Court? Also Supreme Court. But nothing about their appointing. Okay. I'd rather not include either of these points, but you know what? I think this is something I could be flexible on. The Supreme Court will still have their functions. I also have my function in vetoes. I could agree to this. This is fulfilling my promise for a more democratic Swordland. Let's work with the Reformists, yes sir. Lucian nodded. We will form a reform committee together with all parties and start reaching out to all the stakeholders in the Assembly and the Court for a new constitution. By later in the year, we should have an idea on the reform contents and what the other parties want. Lucian took notes. Another important point. We must be aware of the Lotharberg Group. The Lotharberg Group? Founded by Noel Tusk. Used to be the economic advisor to the King of Swordland. Currently the spokesman for the organization is Walter Tusk, grandson of Noel Tusk. But what's it do though? No clear structure or leadership, but what's it do? De facto leader of the entity, convenes every 3 months, Many analysts suggest that topics like the economy, security, and international politics are discussed. Most members are unknown, except for the speaker Walter Tusk, who acts as an official spokesperson. Conspiracy theorists think that the future of Mercopa is decided at these conferences. I think not. And I'm going to assume that Tusk is going to be some ultra-conservative nationalist businessman. Millionaire businessman, investor, current spokesperson of the Lotharberg Group, owns Economics Group. But more importantly, engineer, King's University, League of Trident, business with friends from college, cleaning a restaurant, blah 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 blah. During the largely unregulated privatization of former state-controlled industries in the late 40s, Walter was able to acquire the shares of several important companies for a fraction of their estimated market value. So he's just a rich fat cat businessman who took advantage of the privatization to increase his material wealth, which we see every time one tries to go from a controlled, protected economy to knock knock, it's America, free market now. And somebody has to get rich, and it's certainly not the people. Large contributions to energy industries in Swordland, international ties due to his investments in Lesbia, Agnolia, and Arcasia. This makes me hate him more because Arcasia is going to be a thorn in my side, but if he's also here in Agnolia, then I might not want him to mess things up for us there. Agnolia still has good relationships with us. According to reports, some members of the National Business Council are in their pocket. Tusk and the group will surely try to bribe us in exchange for special economic protections, and I say no to corruption. What's the Business Council? Is it just a think tank? An official government structure that includes most of the leading business leaders of Swordland, participating in a cooperation with the government on improving the economic prospects. State projects, incentives, taxes, and employment and future of the country are discussed here. Council gathers when deemed necessary by the majority of its members of the two leaders. So already I've inherited some institutional corruption that I'll have to tangle with. Want to work with them anyway. Will be open to talk with the businessmen. I won't be bought, it won't happen. I will enter dialogue with them eventually. We need to be diplomatic. We won't let these privileged, greedy, and snobby capitalists run the country. That is true. But we must be democratic or diplomatic about this. No corruption, but we're not going to completely poo-poo off the economic producers of the nation. We'll simply manipulate them to our will, to turn their private wealth into the national wealth to fund everything else and boost all of us up. Simple. A dialogue eventually, diplomatically. Wise approach. It is good to understand and see if we can reach a middle ground. Lucian looked at Peter. As far as I know, Marcel Coranti has some strong ties to this group. His influence could definitely be an asset for us, but I'm sure he'll want something in return. Who's Marcel? Is he one of ours? Businessman, philanthropist, entrepreneur, son of the media proprietor Cornath Coranti, operates HOS Advertising, largest advertising company in Swordland, and a board member of the HOS, the largest conglomerate operating in media, energy, construction, trade, and tourism industries. Well, I do have to give a contract to whoever's going to do the L1 high-speed rail line, aren't I? And if that means giving a contract to a conglomerate who might speak my praises, and a master's in media and communications from Harcourt University in Arcasia, which means he's probably not keen then. Probably not keen on my wanting to use technological expertise and support from United Contana. We'll see. I'm getting ahead of myself. What's the journal? Decision made to promote a planned economy. L1 high-speed rail, the first infrastructure project in my term. Cool. It's been 3 hours and I'm still on turn 1. I'm aware Mr. Caranti's wide network that could come in handy. The group's influence is an important force, one that we should use for administrative advantage. That group is dependent on our economic policies. They can't move a finger without us. Tusk's head of the group, we should make sure he's on our side. Tusk is who again? I don't like Tusk, that's right. Tusk for the Lotharberg group. Caranti's wide network, I think, would be very beneficial. I don't really trust secretive think tanks. I don't want to become indebted to the Cato Group or anything. That'd be major dumbness. I like the idea, though, of Mr. Caronti. Just need to be careful with him. He looks like the lesser evil, but could very quickly turn out to be the other way around. Well, no commitments yet. Need to tread carefully on all sides with all power players to survive our turn. I need to underline the seriousness of the situation. Lucian, I hear you loud and clear. The military and general staff were a powerful element in the state, and as history tells us, a dangerous one too. We do have some room to make structural changes by reducing their budget, for example, but it's quite limited. I want to receive the advice of the military before making up my mind is true, but I don't want to die in prison just like Arthur S. Wissey did, since the military currently has influence and has the ability to junto us up. With the Rumberg threat on the horizon, we can't reduce our defensive capability and anger the general staff. But the military has been nothing but a burden on our society. We should do something drastic like cutting their funding. I do want to receive their advice first, because it is true that they got way too much power, but it's also true that Rumberg is a threat. But Rumberg is also part of the AN. We're all part of the AN. There should be a diplomatic way to handle the Rumberg issue, especially if we align ourselves with the United Contana. It is sound to listen to them, but they have been very biased and have narrow opinions. Patriotism clouds their minds. General Kruger is a specter of the past. 4-star general, current chief of the Swordist Armed Forces, served in the Imperial Army, positions such as Colonel and Major General, supported General Luderan's military coup, but then turned against him after Luderan's mass executions. Sounds like an opportunist that is all too willing to use the military coup as a tool. And a key supporter of Tarquin's soul in 30s and 40s. I don't trust him. I think Lucian's correct, that Kruger might be a relic that needs replacing. Defense Minister Josef Kancia is more loyal to us compared to General Kruger, a fact that obviously can change with our actions. Either way, I see a potential rip between the two to say clearly of their different minds. Who's Josef? Swordist National Security Professional, serves in the Ministry of Defense and Security of Swordland. Member of the USP2, captain during the Sword and Civil War, served under the command of Colonel Tarquin Sol before his presidency, gained nationwide fame after his heroism and accomplishments as major during the Welhin Civil War, highest military order, popular figure after the wars, and is still well respected among the nationalists. So he's not exactly old guard. He is in opposition to General Kruger, but that does pull in nationalist support. And a critic of Ewald Alfonso. So he, ideologically, would align with me, while pulling in those big, racist nationalists who aren't aligned to me. But they like him and he likes me. If we act strongly against the military, both of these guys will unite against us. I agree with Lucian. We need to tread carefully. Okay, alright. I will make Josef indebted to me. Lucian looks at his watch. Gentlemen, precisely 30 minutes. This concludes our political briefing for today. Our next meeting will be about media strategy. Talk to you soon, sir. I will keep in touch. See you both at the next meeting. Did I not get to make a choice outside the constitutional changes? At least I got more information about the military. I do know I like Josef, but I don't want to rock the boat too much, just enough to make us more democratic, I think. More news. What's the Hallsword Post have to say? A committee for reforms. Speaker Gloria Torrey said that the committee, which includes all three political parties of the Assembly, has been formed for the preparation of potential changes to the Constitution. The committee has been asked to submit a comprehensive report to find a solution for the current problematic state of affairs of the government institutions. Torrey said, USP wants to appeal to the people of Swordland to help in maintaining stability and order in the state. The details of the committee regarding the actual topics or its members have not been clarified. 2 news updates in the Lock Haven Times. Are they going to mention the L1 high-speed rail? Support in Assembly grows for campaign finance bill. A bill to change the criteria for the allocation of public funds to political parties. Criteria for the allocations of public funds to parties proposed by Representative Albin Calvin from the USP. I don't mind the sound of that. Kind of like the sound of that already. The bill aims to change the criteria from the proportions of votes won in general elections to a proportion of seats won by a political party in the Grand National Assembly. Either way, still money to parties. Just different ways of adding it up. This would result in an increase of about 28 million SR to the governing United Swordland Party, which will benefit the most of the proposed bill, so I don't like it then. The new bill, would give political parties an annual amount of 500,000 SR per members of the Assembly. And the Swordist National League starts season. A very exciting day marks the Swordist National League kickoffs, with the SK Lock Haven versus Benfey FC match. The league, consisting of nearly 10 teams, has been gaining more and more popularity in recent decades, with tickets dropping significantly in prices, leading to increased accessibility. Football fans are looking forward to one of the key events of the league, the match of the 2 most component teams, FC Enrica and FC Gelserd. Geopolitical finally has a newspaper article up. Rumberg, coming south? Our foreign policy analysts, who are reviewing the recent aggressive military and diplomatic developments of Rumberg, have come to the conclusion that it is highly likely that Rumberg will keep trying to push further south, threatening the territories of Swordland, Velhin, and possibly Agnolia. The annexation of Dome many decades ago was just the beginning. Rumberg seems to be on a quest to secure all strategic resources in East Marcopa. All the more reason to maintain our internal stability, good relations in our northern, southern, eastern borders. How do these guys feel about us? Neutral still, but they got a strong military. Strong military. Weak military because they just went all in on the economy. Velen, neutral and weak military. Lesbia, strong military, but neutral to us. Okay, I don't see any reason why I would need to upset Lesbia. So maybe if I have friends with Lesbia to the south and our more communist neighbors to the east, and the UC, that will be enough of a bulwark against Rumberg. Socially, politically liberal, but recently turning away from openness. That's okay though. So yeah, I don't see a reason why Lesbia and I would have to lose our feel for each other. Okay, what's going on in Dare? Dare, where I went to university, everyone else going to Holsword State University, but I'm the only one going to the Dare University of Culture. Increased homelessness. The region of Bergia is among the worst hit regions in Swordland, where homelessness has skyrocketed since the economic recession. The number of homeless in the city of Dare is more likely to have increased by 25% in the last year. The rise was particularly stark among the Bludish people, where homelessness increased 72% in just 6 years. It is reported that homelessness among the ethnic minorities has reached the highest level in more than a decade. The Bloodish minority of the region now accounts for up to 74% of all homeless people there. We'll work on it. We got money flowing. We're getting a more open, democratic government that... I don't know actually though, because one of the big losses of our economic gains was in the bureaucracy. So maybe I do want to hold on to some authoritarian... No, that's alright, that's alright. It's perfectly alright, because we'll deal with everything as it happens. Public opinion report. People's views on the need for democratic reform from the government's structure has changed over the last decade. Reformist propaganda from the leader of the People's Freedom and Justice Party, Franz Richter, have resulted in a massive increase in demand for the democratic reforms. Cool. So I'm enacting the will of the people, keeping them happy, while bringing the money in. It is estimated that currently 55% of the population support the reformist ideas. We all just have to suffer through these lean times as I bring everything back together, back under control, and then I can start moving material and wealth and support into Bergia, into England. What do I have next? Meeting on the media strategy. With Lucian and Peter again. Lucian and Peter arrived at my office to talk about recent developments and the media strategy. They both took their seats across from me. Lucian put on his reading glasses and quickly went over some documents. Peter turned to Lucian and nodded. Let's begin. First of all, Lucian, you mentioned that Marcel Caranti contacted you. Already. Fast work, Lucian. Fast work, Marcel. The Carantis had always been known as one of the richest and most influential families in Swordland. Marcel Caranti was no exception. I don't know. Maybe it is a more democratic idea to give favor to the group and try to work with them and the businessmen instead of just one glorified aristocrat in the Carantis. He was the son of Conrad Caranti, the industrialist and media mogul who founded HOS, the heart of Swordland conglomerate, multi-industry corporation, tens of billions of SR. Alright, now that I'm looking at this post-bathroom break, maybe this is simply giving an opportunity for Caranti and HOS to consolidate their material wealth, probably with honorary membership and immunity. Currently, the only honorary member is Tarkeen Sol. Lucian turned to me. He has offered to meet with you, Mr. President. What does he want? Why is Conrad setting his son? Why should I meet with him? What does he want, I think, is the most pressing matter. After the passing of his father, may he rest in peace, Marcel aims to become the next CEO of the HOS conglomerate. He mentioned a productive collaboration. Do you know what I'm seeing? I thought this was me avoiding Cato. This instead is me signing up with... Who's that dude again? The Australian, the business mogul? I don't even dare commit his name to memory. Is this just me propping up a family business to make a state media propaganda branch headed by a mogul? They are a powerful and influential media conglomerate. To start with, they own Swordland Today paper, the Swordish Broadcasting Corporation, which means it would be wise to have them by our side. Sorry for interrupting. What does productive collaboration entail? That's what I'm worried about now. He does not wish to explain the details over the phone, but rather in person. I believe I will be receiving a call from him sometime soon. However, as Peter said, they have substantial power over the content of media outlets, headlines, radio shows. That is what he would be offering. What he wants in return is what we need to understand. I think I see through him exactly already. He wants a less transparent government, as the radios and the newspapers become my voice box, sing my praises, give my propaganda, in exchange for a kickback to him. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, we need to determine our general approach to media. I'm no expert in media, but Lucian made for some very interesting arguments at the preparation meeting yesterday. There were two ways you could approach the media. One of them is by influencing it, which has clear advantage. The other is keeping it independent. Here's what I'm thinking. The media must be independent. I could use it as a propaganda arm, and I'm sure that would be very useful, especially in controlling national sentiment. Say if Rumberg attacks right, and I want to or need to steer production this way, or conscript people, then hooray, here's all the advertisements on government bonds and all the propaganda to enlist. But I've already got people believing they want democracy, and they already want out of the recession. They want the things I want. I don't need to manipulate and control the brains of the people. I take care of them, and they take care of me. A Swordland for all, you know? And that doesn't mean propaganda branches. That doesn't mean controlling the newspapers and the radios. Independent. Ideally, yes, but an unpopular leader will not be able to pass even the easiest reforms. It is of utmost importance to maintain public popularity and avoid any damaging scandals or mistakes. What does he suggest then? I must stress one thing, Mr. President. The more people we have supporting our agenda, the more we can accomplish. With someone on our side and an influential media organization, we can do this very easily. I see what he's getting at, but I don't have to make a decision yet. I could just hear them out. I agree with Lucian, but why the assumption that there'll be scandals and mistakes? Peter. Naive, innocent Peter. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. It is our albatross. He doesn't quite understand that being in the spotlight means all the scrutiny, all the mudslinging. People don't play fair. We can always hope for the best, but do we really think that nothing can go wrong? Especially considering the very recent history of Swordland. Please come in, I'll say. Livia Suno, my new secretary, enters the office. The private secretary of the president, tasked with directly handling most of the critical calls, scheduling, and paperwork for the president. Previously worked for Swordless Airline headquarters, secretary of the director. Before starting work for the USP in 1953, where she was assigned to assist Peter Vector. Okay. Her dark curls bounced as she crossed the room to my desk. She spoke with a slight lilt in her voice. Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. Galate's secretary has been calling me and wanted me to relay a message. Chief strategist. Oh, dude, that's you, Lucian. What's your secretary want? Marcel Caranti, the new CEO for HOS Conglomerate, is on the line for Mr. Galade. Very well, the ball is in our court now. Would you like to talk to him, sir? Or would you like me to? I'll talk to him. He wants to meet, right? Then might as well put on a strong front. Not have him manipulate my ministers. Connect the line to my office. Right away, sir. Connecting the call to line 1. Livia left the room, and the phone started ringing. Pick up the phone. We know that you're home. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. President speaking. It is a pleasure, Mr. Caronti. Hello, Marcel. It is a pleasure, Mr. Caronti. Surely he'd recognize my voice from the radio, from my speeches. The pleasure is all mine. I know your time is valuable, so I will not waste any of it. I was just elected CEO of HOS. My strategy in the running of this conglomerate will be different from my father's approach. This is why I'm offering a partnership deal regarding our media branch. I would like to formally invite you to my resort near Conriate for a meeting to discuss details. Chat, is this not typical? This is usually how business bribes our politicians. Not always with like, here's $1,000, vote my way. Or here's a board membership for you if you vote my way, but setting up like retreats and classes in resorts all paid for so your legislators get to enjoy resort holidays for a while where they're given PowerPoints of how great this guy's policies are. Just sign the dotted line. And since they're treated like kings and know that they keep getting treated like kings, sure, why not? Just give us the pen and we'll do anything you ask for. What does that entail? Thank you for your offer. I would be more interested in a meeting. In a meeting, yes. You will not be disappointed, I promise. He's not agreeing to the meeting. He's still trying to gussy me up. Well then, I will let you return to your packed schedule. See you later, Mr. President. I might have just burnt Mr. Caronti, but I don't know. I don't know. See you later, Mr. Caronti. I'll set things up right away. Great, so we still get the meeting. It just won't be on Mr. Caronti's terms. In a nice resort town. Lots of graft, lots of corruption, lots of conflict of interest. Expect a worthwhile meeting next month. Settled then. Looking forward to next month. I wonder if he has a pool. Wait, what? Oh, I misread it then. So we are taking his resort getaway plan. I thought by saying I'd be interested in a meeting means that forget going over to your place, come here to the boardroom, we'll sit at the desk, hash things out. Great. Lovely. It's me now, being naive and innocent. It appears we're done for today. We'll continue where we left off later. Thank you much for your time. See you, gentlemen. Good work, Marcel. Keep it up. Good work with Marcel. Keep it up. Alright. But that's fine. It just means I have to attend the timeshare meeting. It doesn't mean I have to sign the dotted lines. Lucian and Peter nodded before gathering the documents and leaving my office. We're already getting the attention of key figures, and potentially dangerous ones. Still on Chapter 1. Am I still on Term 1? Still on Turn 1. Accepted the offer to privately meet with the new CEO. Ugh, and it's saved. I'm sorry that words could be ambiguous. This is gonna haunt me. This is gonna be a scandal. The newly elected president promising democratic reforms. Meeting in private with the business conglomerate. Over where? Where did he say? Was it in Conriat? By the sea to be wined and dined? Oh, Guinea, you haven't got the mind for politics. What's the news? Swordland today. Conrad Caronti passes away, the first and most important modern entrepreneur Swordland has ever seen. Passed away today. People looked up to Conrad Caronti as a figure of success, respect, and wealth. After his immediate passing, his son Marcel Caronti took over his title as a new CEO of Heart of Swordland Conglomerate. The Radical says. Glamorous inaugural ball. Of course, the Radical would not be in favor of outlandish balls. The whole Sword Elite gathers for a lavish state ball. Many citizens of the country are uncertain about their own future, but the state has no problem with wasting taxpayers' money right from the start. We demand that these traditions of wasteful nature will become a thing of the past when the president settles in. The team here at The Radical will keep fighting for a better, more equal tomorrow for all. I like them. They might speak against me, but I like them. Sordland's regional trade. As the Reid administration starts its first term, there is a question in all of our heads. What will be the regional international trade policy? Due to the strategic geopolitical location of Sordland, historically, Agnolia and Velen have been natural trading partners. Depending on the direction of the Reid administration, we think it is likely that a new trade deal be brokered with at least one of these partners in the near term. All in all, regardless of which trading partner the administration decides to go with, one thing is for sure: regional trade will boost the ailing economy. The real question is, what does Vagosland or Lesbia think about Sordland? That's also true, because these guys have the money, you have the military, you have the military, you have the humanitarian crisis. Valgesland should be okay because you're both going with planned economies. So I'm generally certain that they and I will be copacetic. Agnolia, when it comes time to make business partners, gonna work on them. Maybe to help us build up the port in Arvery. Alright, what do we got now? Campaign Finance Bill. Sign or veto the Electoral Campaign Finance Bill. Right, is this a finance bill that gives more money based on legislative seats instead of votes? Which right now would give more money to my party specifically. Or read the report from Whole Sword. What's the report? Reports are free. The Reform Committee reports that any potential change to the Constitution in the direction of the reformists will likely result in strong opposition from the National Front Party. Members of the Assembly in support of such direction seem to be in great numbers, and possibly make up the majority of the Grand National Assembly, while most members of the United Sordland Party seem reluctant about supporting such changes. Okay, so I cannot guarantee my 130 seats to vote with me. National Front Party is likely to vote in opposition. Franz Richter's, though, was a good 70. If I can guarantee 70 seats from them voting for the Constitution reform changes, cool. I just have to whip the USP into shape. Which means I may or may not get USP support depending on signing or vetoing this bill. I don't think this bill is very democratic because this bill supports financial fundings to whoever is currently in party. If you're in power, you get more money. If you're not a big majority in the assembly, you don't get as much money and thus weaken your ability to politically become active. So already I don't like it. Electoral Campaign Finance Bill. Criteria for the allocation of public funds shall no longer be according to the number of votes won in the general election by a political party. New criteria shall be the proportion of the seats won by a political party in the assembly. Political parties shall receive an annual amount of 500,000 ren per member of the assembly. This results in a doubling of the USP's election budget and a slight increase in the other parties in the assembly, while effectively removing all funding from parties below the 10% election threshold. So right off the bat, it gives USP, my party, an unfair advantage, but everyone else is also getting money. All I'm really cutting out are the true independents. What other parties do we have? Events, ideologies, miscellaneous. Organizations, parties. Bloodish Freedom Party then, is it gonna get any money? Which may or may not be good. Whoops, no, wrong button. Go back. Journal. Journal. No, Codex. That back button. Workers' Party of Blodia. They might be happy anyway because planned economy as it is. Communist Party also won't be able to secure any funding, but that's alright because we're kinda going to align with their interests, I think. Except they're more monanovists. I'll sign it. That is going to give me more support in the USP, I think. And more importantly, the entire point of this reform bill is to take away some of my veto power. So as a show of good faith, I won't abuse my veto power here. They voted for it. I signed it. We got more news. Electoral funding reform. The campaign finance bill has been signed into law by President Rain after the approval of the Grand National Assembly by a majority vote on Friday, following a 3-hour debate. Franz Richter, who objected to the funding package. Oh no. Sorry, Richter. Saying it contained too much unfairness in the allocation of the budget, and sought to delay the proceedings by demanding a formal recorded vote, but was overruled. The new law brings small changes to the criteria for the allocation of the campaign budgets, and introduces no changes to the total amount of public funds reserved for the political parties, which stands at 100 million SR. So that stays the same. Radical. USP hijacks elections. No! A new law that further expands the unfairness of our election system has been approved by the Grand National Assembly and was signed into law by President Rain. Look, I'm just signing what the Assembly voted for, okay? The new law changes the rules of eligibility of the public funds that are reserved for every political party in Sordland. Previously, the funds were given on the basis of the number of votes in the general elections. With these changes, the funds will be given on the basis of the number of seats the political party holds, which eliminates every party, apart from the 3 that are currently in the Assembly. This insane law also results in the governing United Sordland Party's share in the funds to increase double. As Anton Rain's presidency begins, we at the Radical are already smelling the rot in horse-sold. All the more reason for the reformist to back the constitutional reformation. But wait, hold on, if they did that, then my hands would have been tied. I wouldn't have been able to veto it anyway. I'm signing what they gave me, what they voted on, what they decided, the law that they made. Invest in Arcasian company stocks. I mean, I guess I could. Personal wealth. I'm putting personal wealth into this. A personal investment opportunity has been relayed by Mr. Manger. An experienced stockbroker in Ventry City, Arcasia, is selling valuable shares of Armadine Industries, an up-and-coming electronic manufacturer company. We could invest. I think I'm going to. Gus Manger. I'm gonna go all in with my money. I am now dead broke. Personal wealth decreased. Any more reports? That's how it all falls apart. The best laid political socioeconomic plans collapsing because of my money issues. Reception at the inaugural ball. I had just finished buttoning up my suit jacket, okay, when the doorbell rang. The Presidential Guard has arrived to pick us up for the inaugural ball. The ball was a 3-decade-old tradition, breathlessly anticipated by politicians, bureaucrats, and the press. All eyes were about to be on me. I called on Monica to get the children ready. Looking in the mirror, I straightened my tie and took a deep breath. After tonight, there would be no turning back. No turning back after tonight? So, the previous decisions I made were baby steps tutorial and now they have weight? Suddenly, "Aw, Dina, daughter Dina," hugged me from behind, startling me a little. Monica had fixed her hair into an elaborate braid, woven through with ribbons. Oh, sweet. "Papa, Mama told me it's time to go." "Hello, darling, I'm ready. Where is your brother?" "Where is your brother?" "I think Frank is still upstairs." Frank has become such a handsome young man. She shrugged. It was almost time to leave. The big ball was starting in less than an hour. "Now, where's my first lady?" "Where is my first lady? Come on, we got a loving relationship." Monica came down the stairs with a scowl. That's alright though. I sacrificed a lot of family time for the good of the nation, so... She was wearing a simple yet elegant beige sheath dress and short heels. Her hair had been neatly pinned to a chignon, showing off the pearl earrings I'd given her for our 15th anniversary. All those years, she has stayed by my side. Now we're about to begin the most challenging chapter of our lives yet. "How do you do, Mr. President?" Kiss her hand, embrace her. Just stand there and look at her. I do like the idea of physical contact, but I like the idea that if I just stand there and look at her, that President Rain is so stunned with love for his wife, despite everything. But knowing how the previous options went, just stand and look might just be just stand, look, and say, well, what are you waiting for? Embrace her. Pull her into a deep embrace, yes! And then where the hell is Frank? No. Monica, my love, you look as gorgeous as the day we were married. The only option you could take. Now there's that charm that got you elected. And then Frank trudges down the stairs. This thing itches. Frank tugged at the collar of his new tuxedo. He seemed ill at ease. Are you good to go, Frank? I'm glad to have you with us for this big night. Yes. See, Frank was a first child, and he was born when so much of my time had to go to the work. I want to make him feel important, not just as a subordinate who needs to be by my side or chastised, but as an important member of the family, our family. Glad to have you with us for this big night. Sure, Dad. I'm just dying to go. I get it. He's a teenager. He's in high school. I've been neglectful. He's allowed to be sore. Papa, are these people gonna be around us from now on? She pointed at the presidential guard at the door of the house. Yes, Sordland's most important family needs the extra protection. Unfortunately, yes. They can't leave our side until my term ends. You'll get used to it. Or these people are our friends. She's a young kid. Which doesn't mean I have to sugarcoat it. They can't leave our side until my term ends. But you will get used to it. It's okay. It's alright, baby. They're here to make sure nothing bad happens to your papa or his family. Monica held Dina's hand. Together, flanked by the guards, we walked out the door. Halfway to the car, Frank stopped abruptly and turned towards me. Dad, do I really have to go? Couldn't I stay home instead, play Roblox with my friends? Ooh, vulnerability. I'm nervous myself, Frank. But I'd feel a lot more confident with my son oh my goodness, if my death was even half this sweet. It's a party thrown for me. Don't you want to support your father? Is more of how my dad would be. You'll love it, son. Plenty of pretty girls to dance with. Don't make me angry, Frank. No. I'm gonna make up for the deficiencies of my own father. And even if I run this country to the ground, I am going to be a better dad than I ever had. I'm nervous myself, Frank, but would feel a lot more confident with my son by my side. Frank smiled reluctantly. We got a smile out of him! Best dad yet. When you put it like that, sure, let's go. The Presidential Guard showed us the way as red and blue lights flashed around us. Serg, my driver, ushered us into our armored limousine. The motorcade started moving towards the palace. I gazed out the window, deep in thought. Anton, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Nice car. With all that's happening, I wonder if I made the right choice. I do wonder. That's what I'm worried about right now. Family's here, being sweet on the family. But my decisions are already weighing heavily on me. I know you have a lot on your mind, but you deserve to relax tonight. Just remember, no matter what happens, the children and I will always be here for you. I'm gonna help Papa fix everything. Aw, Dina. See, this is why we have to fix the broken gender inequality in this nation. So Dina could be right there with me, not just by my side, but surpassing me. She is gonna be president someday herself. And fix up everything that I mess up. Frank rolled his eyes. I know you will, honey. We'll see, darling. This means a great deal to me. Let's just enjoy the night. This means a great deal to me. Thank you all have been great. After what seemed like just a few minutes, the convoy slowed to a halt. Sergei rolled down the limousine's soundproof partition. We are here, sir. Hope you enjoyed the drive. I did, Serg. Thank you. Ah, even better. Much appreciated. How are you today? Which we should have asked when we first entered the car. I am just as good as I can be, but today is your day, sir. I'm glad you are in charge now. Hey, we have Serg's support. Long as you don't disappoint Serg. You know, my entire family voted for you. Oh my goodness, it's too sweet. Even his kids. Serg, you know that's illegal. Thank you and your family. I'm here with all of your support. I won't let your family down. Ah, two or three. Thank you and your family. Here with yes, I think that's the only answer I can give. It's inauguration, which means it's the president's night. But with this answer, I'm making it just as much about him and his family, pulling him into the victory. Do it. No reason to thank me, sir. You are the one who sparked a glimmer of hope in us all. He's smiling behind the mustache. You can't see it, but I know he is. Serg opened the door for me. The normally imposing palace was festooned with garish banners that nearly made it look cheerful. A line of shiny luxury sedans stretched around it. Politicians, bureaucrats, and celebrities, the creme de la creme of the Sordland elite, streamed inside the building. Good luck out there, Mr. President. I'll see you on the trip home. Keep it jovial, keep it friendly. I stepped out and immediately found myself surrounded by loud voices and camera flashes. Hordes of eager journalists thrust their portable microphones my way. My guard fended most of them off, but one woman managed to dodge them and corner me. I recognized the Swordish Broadcasting Company logo on her press lanyard. Mr. President! Good news? Oh wait, no, that's just other stuff. There's a flash on the dashboard, and I thought that was an update. Scratch that. Who's this? No codex entry. Bah. Do you plan on working together with the opposition parties on the expected constitutional reforms? Yes, that is the plan. I need them to make the supreme majority. Night is for celebration. I'm not going to talk about policies now. If the opposition is willing, we're going to work with everybody. That is true, I think. Everyone except the old guard. Because as much as I don't like the ultra-conservative nationalism of the Nationalist Party, and as much as I don't like the pure free market of the PFJP, they both have people that do have policy desires that align with what I want to do, and I do need their votes. If the opposition is willing to support us, and here's the thing, there's no if, I need them or it's not going to pass. We are going to work with everyone. It's a Swordland for every Swordian, Aglio Swordlands, everyone. And the different cultural religious minorities I can't remember because it's been just 4 hours. Everyone. Mr. Richter clarified that as long as you hold your promises of democratization, they will support you on these issues to the end. What do you think about this statement? I welcome it. This is a challenge for us all. We want the other parties to join him in this endeavor. Don't expect much from him. Can't comment, since I haven't seen the statement yet. Well, it is a welcome change, but I do want to also be diplomatic and not let the other parties feel like I'm favoring Mr. Richter's too much. I welcome all parties to join him in this. One more question. One of your first acts as president was to sign a campaign finance law, allocating public election funds by seats in the assembly as opposed to the number of votes. This is a deliberate attempt to defund the Communist Party and the Blue-Diaz Workers' Party. Or is this an attempt? A deliberate attempt to defund the Communist Party and Blue-Diaz Workers' Party, neither of which have reached the election threshold? I've had it with their questions guards, no. It is to ensure the USP has a fund sustained power, no. Make trouble for me, no. But my only motivations, legit the only motivation I had in that was part of the constitutional reform is that my power of the veto gets taken away for a more limited veto, and that the assembly had voted on this and brought it up to my desk, and as a show of good faith, I didn't want to start vetoing things right away. That was it. That was my only motivation. Because it's not to support the USP, I don't care about them. Motivation's not for you to know sounds even worse. That's even less transparent. I did the worst possible thing by not vetoing that law. That's enough, ma'am, said one of my guards, while nudging the reporter away from me. A path through the crowd was open now, and we quickly made our way to the entrance of the palace. At the same time, a dozen fireworks went off. They're gonna take that soundbite and run it forever. The entrance was decorated with beautiful ribbons in Swordland's colors of white, yellow, and maroon. A lush maroon carpet had been rolled down the stairs. We entered the lobby and joined the throngs of people making their way towards the ballroom. Behind me, I heard a familiar voice. There they are, the most beautiful family in Swordland. Uncle Peter. Aww, they consider Peter to be uncle. But considering the similarities in facial feature, Frank, are we looking at a more than uncle situation here? Probably not, probably just a style. Maybe he takes more after his mother. They kinda do have similar jowls. Uncle Peter! Hi, Uncle Peter, it's great to see you. You two are growing faster than I'm getting wiser. Are you sure you've gotten wiser, Peter? Sight for sore eyes, we just saw him. Mr. Vice President. It is a day for celebration. Friendly, gentle ribbing. Friends could rib. Acquaintances, a bit fuzzier, but we're friends, have been since university, we get to rib 'em. Maybe not. After all, I'm still sticking with you. Heyo. Happy to see a familiar face, Peter. Evelyn. Peter's wife Evelyn approached us and shook her hands with a firmness that belied her delicate features. Does she have politics on her? Second lady. Current vice president Swordland, husband of. Journalist, author, school teacher. Cool. And another whole Sword State University alumni, because everybody is. Expelled from the newspaper after defending Alfonso and writing about a conspiracy by the state apparatus. Oh no, Peter, is your wife Kanan? Congratulations, Anton. I have to say, the results were clear to me from the beginning. Appreciated, Evelyn, means a lot. Thank you, we both worked hard. I wish I was as sure as you. There's a woman behind every successful man. Maybe not so much. Might be a cute boyfriend. Appreciated, Evelyn. It does mean a lot. The pleasure is mine. I think it is time to celebrate this victory. Hope you'll show the same enthusiasm on the job. Exactly. Start by getting drunk. Nah, I've seen Peter's enthusiasm. We've already had a couple of turns with him. Start by getting some drinks, which turned out to be poisoned, and short game I'm assassinated. You read my mind, says Peter. Peter grinned and beckoned a roving waiter. The four of us, what, the kids included? Oh no, just me, the wives, the VP. The four of us each took a glass of champagne. Monica, how are you? You barely said a word. I'm more than relieved, to have this roller coaster ride over with. But of course now the real work begins. Ah yes, managing the help, planning parties, daily trips to the salon to look your best for foreign dignitaries. Don't be so old-fashioned. Evelyn, I plan to use my powers as First Lady to advance the position of women throughout Swordland. Equal rights for our sex are long overdue. What did you say, Anton? Fully agreed. As long as you don't burn the roast. Oh my goodness. No. There is no way I'm not playing any Anton that is going to use that level of boomer humor. Up to a point, mustn't neglect the responsibilities of their husbands and families. The Jehovah's Witness answer. Absolutely, and we'll work together to achieve that. Or my wife never content to just be a pretty face. See, if my BF said that to me, they're getting a big slap across their own pretty face, working together to achieve true gender equality. Monica flashed me a smile. Dina suddenly jumped between us and tugged on my sleeve. Papa, can we go? I want to see the ballroom. All right, Dina, all right. We're having a conversation here, Dina. Let's go. Of course, darling, let's go. Of course, my darling, let's not delay any longer. We left the lobby and made our way towards the ballroom. Inside, we were yet again surrounded by a noisy crowd, but this time, it was the politicians who sought to appease a new authority in Swordland. I spent the next few hours shaking hands, joining in various conversations, some serious, some superficial, and making speeches. We finally settled down at our table, with the Vecturns as the band started playing some slow jazz tunes. Ugh, that was tiring. What Vecturn? Drinks and conversations with the wives? Already tired, old man? Oh no, just going through the politicians. Have to get used to it if I have to shake another hand again. We'll have to get used to it, Peter. Piotr. Well, suddenly. Oh dang, I was joking about the assassination is really happening. A loud bang. A loud banging noise echoed from across the ballroom, from outside the ballroom. Then another. The musicians stopped playing. Everyone in the room was looking around in confusion. Peter and I turned towards each other, realization dawning on both our faces. Fireworks? No, gunshots. As soon as Monica heard the word, she lunged from her seat. Get down. Shield Monica and the kids. Yes. Threw myself on Monica, Dana, and Frank to shield them. Papa, what's happening? I knew it. We never should have gone. Chaos broke out as some guests flung themselves at the tables, and others ran towards the door, screaming. Dina burst into tears while Frank tried to comfort her, hiding the fear in his own eyes. 3 more gunshots rang out loudly. Carl Gresser, let me take a pause from the excitement, Chief of Police, to analyze your CV. sorted by mayor, started chief of police in Arvery in the 40s, deputy commissioner of operations, improved the departments, strategies and tactics for reducing crime and solving concerns for the diverse communities of Arvery, and then transferred to the capital in 1947. Cool. Mr. President, are you alright? Carl Greaser, head of the Sordus police force, was running towards us with 3 more police officers in decorated uniforms. They all had their guns drawn. As soon as he made it to us and saw we were unharmed, he let out a big sigh of relief. Thank God. Status report. Status report first. 1 second, Mr. President. He turned around quickly to his men. Check the perimeter now. Paul, Jansen, follow my lead. We'll bring them to the safe room. He now turned to Monica, Evelyn, and the children, and spoke in a softer tone. Don't worry. The situation is now under control. Please follow me. We promptly followed Carl through the winding hall and corridors of the palace. His men still had their guns drawn, which did nothing to ease the tension. On the way, Peter made an attempt to break the silence. What a fucking night. Shh, not now, Peter. Carl turned to us with a serious face as we were about to round a corner. Quiet, please. Sorry, I talk when I get nervous. Peter, shut up! Is this gonna be a point of contention? Comedic man Peter? To the straight man Anton? To become the true rift of this administration? Carl flipped a switch on the wall and the panel opened. Iticarius? Carl flipped a switch on the wall and the panel opened, revealing a hidden staircase leading to a large reinforced door. Inside, a set of emergency lights flickered on. The safe room was comfortable and spacious, with expensive-looking leather sofas. I don't know about the golden voice, though, because I've started, being a bit more mindful about how the voice audio plays on stream. The game audio I've been concerned about, but, actually going in, recording myself over game audio, trying to, reposition things to see what sounds better. And I think ultimately I just sound like a dork. No matter how clear or balanced I get the sounds that come out from this high-o to this voice out is just a bit too nasally. That can't be helped. What I think it is that there's a little split on my uvula. Most people have a nice rounded uvula. Mine's like an upside-down heart. And that probably does affect a little bit how the sound comes out. Apparently, a minor form of cleft palate at that. But I thought it was cool. Having a heart-shaped uvula, which nobody else had growing up. But it has been a while. Good to see you. Small security monitors on a wall displayed grainy footage of each room of the palace. There was a boardroom and a pantry could take enough provisions to last us months. Monica and Evelyn sat the children down and started wiping their tears. Carl stepped away from us and made a few radio calls. When he was done, he returned to me and Peter. Status, not the best inauguration ball, is more Peter's style to joke. I don't know. I think we might have to agree to disagree on that. I hear my own enunciation. If I could sound the way my internal acoustics hear it, that'd be amazing. My internal acoustics are so cool. But I won't deny that my own enunciation and diction can slur together a fair bit. Tell me, Carl, do I have clowns for a security force? No. I'm not gonna tease Carl for now. Under attack. Who's attacking us? What's going on? Status. This is Anton's prior military service, keeping him calm under pressure. Carl's radio suddenly crackled to life. Every second felt like an eternity as he pressed his ear to the receiver, but it fell silent. He turned to us. Good news. We are not in any danger at the moment. The situation has been dealt with, and the perimeter has been secured by the guards and the police. Yes! He glanced towards Monica, Evelyn, and the kids. If I may, sir, He gestured toward a more private corner of the room and started speaking more quietly. This is what we know so far. We have confirmed that 2 people were gunned down in front of the palace. The attacker is one of them, and we have reason to believe he was working alone. He fired 3 shots at an MP, 1 to the head, 2 to the body, instantly killing him. Presidential guards at the palace immediately shot and killed the attacker. He has not been identified yet, and will require investigation. The MP that was killed was identified as Bernard Circus. Who's he? I think I've seen him already. Didn't I see him once before? Novelist, short story writer, and politician. Lyrical flow. Early writings heavily influenced by social, cultural, economic problems in his home city of Dare. During the Red Youth, just like me. Oh right, I remember. He's the guy who moved to United Contana, then came back, and was kind of seen as like potential future opposition to me. I was going to rely on him because a lot of our policies are probably going to overlap. And now he's dead. A huge hit, Anton. This will cause a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Well, if I have to beatify Bernard Circus and push his policies, I don't see a problem with that. I was going to anyway. Peter pulled out 2 cigarettes and handed me 1. He then turned to Evelyn. I could hear him trying to reassure her that everything was going to be alright. Monica was still trying to tend to Dina as Frank paced the room, mumbling that he should have stayed at home. Oh, Frank, just imagine if this hit was to hit me as well. They would have definitely scoped out home first, with less guards. Everyone at the palace, safest place he could be was here. Comfort Monica and the kids. Peter, old friend, smoke alone. Monica and the kids, they need me. And they've had nothing but neglect during my entire political career. They've been there for me. I must be there for them. Peter is an adult. He could handle himself. I sat down, beside my wife and children. Nothing like this will ever happen again. I can't make that promise. We are safe. I'll make sure everything's going to be fine. Immediate reassurance, we are safe. It's not a promise, but it's something solid. We can't be sure of anything anymore, Anton. I lit my cigarette in front of the kids and took a deep drag. I was going to see this through and keep my family safe. At all costs. I crushed a cigarette on the ashtray. And that's it. What's the news say now? 2 from Swordland today. Rain calls for cooperation. Alright, this is with the one journalist that pushed her way through. Maybe this will smooth things over after I botched the first law. President Rain gave signals about cooperation with Franz Richter of the PFJP and Kessero Kibner of NFP ahead of the inauguration ball. Regarding the remarks of Richter about a possible cooperation to fix the current problems with the Swordless political institutions, we want other parties to join him in this endeavor, said President Rain. Richter had long been vocal about his democratization plans, but maybe his demands for constitutional change might finally become a reality if President Rain leads a bill together with Richter's PFJP. MP shot. Nation in shock. Swordland has been shot by grave news today, as an elected member of parliament has been shot dead in a suspected political assassination. Police sirens were heard around the clock today, as Horshold police force increased security measures around the capital. The fact that such a violent act happened at the heart of the capital during the new president's inauguration celebrations has worried many citizens. The Red Youth has reported to have promised revenge. This seems like it has potential to be the spark that will swirl Swordland into the political violence of the 1920s. Better not on my watch. But with that fellow dead, does that mean that we're down 1 MP? Still 250. Still have R130. 70 still allocated to PFJP. NFP still has 40. If only, I hate to say it, if only he was a member of the Supreme Court, a justice, so I could balance this out better. What's the report? Security increased. Security measures at the Capitol have been heightened after the murder of Bernard Circus. The mayor of Holsworth reports that everything is under control. Security around the Maroon Palace has been increased with the combined efforts of the Holsworth Police Department and the Presidential Guard, which is more than you could say for DC. Additionally, the entrance procedures to the palace are being revised, with advice from security professionals. Police Chief Carl Grieser reports that the investigation has been launched on the murder of Bernard Circus. And Hastings' Journal accepted the offer to privately meet with the CEO of HOS on accident and invested 2,000 shares of my personal wealth into Armandine Industries. Alright, time for emergency meeting. The mood in the Situation Room was gloomy. My cabinet members were gathered to discuss the shooting outside the palace. Lelis presented the initial report. Who's all here? I know Lelis. Morgana, I don't know. Peter, I know. Yosef, Minister of Defense. Yosef, Minister of Defense? We've heard of him. He's a more rational member of the military. I want to make him my friend, while also limiting the power of the military. So if I keep him happy, maybe he'll grant me some concessions. And Lucian, my chief strategist. Who are you, Graf? No, Graf I know. Who are you, Morgna? Nia Morgna, politician and attorney from the Sordis region of Bergia, Minister of Law and Justice and a member of the USP, and Vice Minister during Alfonso's days. Attorney in Dare, taught at law at the She taught at the Dare University of Culture. Finally, an alumni from my school. First won the entire game, I think. Came from a wealthy family, lost her assets in the nationalist plans of the 1930s, nationalization plans. A strong critic of Tarkeen Sol's programs and vocal about her opposition to the Supreme Court's authority on state matters. So economically, she might be in disagreement with me, but for the justice system, at least for the Supreme Court, definitely going to see things the same way I do. Credited to de facto running of the Ministry of Justice under heavy pressure from the Solist elements in the administration. Earned a reputation to fight against corruption in the ministry among protests from the Supreme Court. Love it. Alright, proceed, Lilius. Bernard Circus was shot dead at 9:03 p.m. in front of the palace gates. He was an elected independent member of the assembly, and as you know, a famous communist. She spat the words out with some distaste, and as you know, a famous communist. The guards at the scene were 50 meters away and immediately took action by responding and killing the assailant, who was identified as a member of the nationalist organization Young Swords. What's Young Swords? Seems like a pretty capricious organization going by the logo. Right-wing, nationalist political organization. Alleged connections to a number of armed attacks against the Sordis government. Tracks then. Close ties to the NFP, and described as the NFP's militant wing. Great, fantastic. See, this is why I don't want to really align myself too much with the ultra-conservative nationalists, because of things like this. Members engage in urban guerrilla warfare with left-wing activists and militants. Staunchly pan-Sordis organization, Young Swords Engaged has managed to extend their area of operation into Sordish-speaking post-revolution Vogelsland. Really, Vogelsland? long been prominent suspect of investigation to Sword State, and is suspected to have close dealings with the past with police forces. Exactly, Takarius. The thing is, though, that because ideology isn't everything, there are some members of the NFP who do want reasonable things. And sadly, I do still need to curry some favor with them in order to secure the supermajority needed to pass, say, constitutional reforms. So even if I'm completely opposed to the NFP on a very foundational, fundamental level, some diplomacy is going to be needed. Like so far, I'm promoting some policies that are for sure going to make the liberals happy. And while I might be able to count on my own party for support for a simple majority, there are those elements who have not been whipped up yet, who might not vote for anything that takes power away from us, but we kind of need to. So kind of hoping that trying to be pro-reform cinches 70 votes from PFJP, NFP might be able to curry some favor simply by association of certain members of my own cabinet having similar backgrounds and viewpoints that they might think is really cool. Like, there's a mayor, I think it was, from a region that would have been really popular among the more nationalistic youth, and so if I keep him happy, that keeps the NFP maybe indirectly happy, without having to be ultra-conservative nationalist myself. One could hope. The president and his family were unharmed, praise God. An MP shot near the palace, absolutely unacceptable. But the motivation, why Bernard Circus? Why would neo-fascist nationalists attack a communist? What were the motivations? Facts first. Our investigators are suspecting a political assassination since the young swords have been threatening the communists for some time. This sets a dangerous atmosphere, where the left versus right political violence of the 1920s might spark once again. A return to those days would be devastating. The coups are the reason why our country stagnated for a decade. Nia Morgna, the Minister of Justice, sighed. The Red Youth has condemned the killing, but didn't stop there. They promised revenge. Do you think maybe the Red Youth might listen to me in a call for no violence, since I used to be a Red Youth myself in my college days? This will in turn spark further aggression from the young swords. The whole cycle started because Bernard Circus expressed his views. We can't simply look away. Nia had always been one of the only members of the Justice Ministry truly deserving of the name. She had survived countless attacks on her character while fighting corruption within the ministry, and rising to power had only compounded her sense of moral duty, which is why she is a keeper for this administration. Freedom of expression is part of our constitution. We can't have anyone, let alone an MP, shot for voicing different opinions. Fully agree, protect freedom of speech, in the real way, not the right to say slurs way. The Mananiavist ideology that the Red Youth promotes poses threats to our country too. We should be cautious. Rain, President Rain, please, you were Red Youth. We're going planned economy. We can't be self-hating about this. The nationalist young swords have overstepped, and they should be put under the loop for such an extreme action. That I agree with. Protected freedom of speech I do agree with. But let me see, we can't just have PFP's or NFP's people shooting up anyone they want. They have overstepped. That is a straight up killing on an MP at the Capitol, at the Palace, at my inauguration. Overstepped, put under the loop. This is not a simple overstep, but an attack on our country. Murder for political opinions is a thing of the past. Our administration is building something new. Agreed. We will reach out to the NFP and request them to calm the situation with the young swords. The two groups have ties, and Mr. Kibbener sees reason after all. which can't be said about the young sword at times. I don't know. Do we have history, even recent history, to draw on for the Conservative Party to tell its angry, violent mob to stand down? Are they ever willing? Minister of Defense Josef Lancia grunted in disapproval. Disapproval? Really, Josef? He towered over the rest of us in full military uniform, his many war medals conspicuously on display. All due respect, ma'am, but we shouldn't be quick to jump on conclusions without having a full investigation concluded. Lucian agrees. We should refrain from making the issue a political one from the start. It will only add fuel to the fire. It is political though, isn't it? It's early, but will we attend the funeral? This isn't a commitment, I'm simply asking. Isn't this political? Yes, but we need to calm the country. If we take sides, we could escalate the situation further. Taking sides in being against a political attack in the country, in the capital, there aren't many sides. The state versus its enemies. Several police cars rushed past the Maroon Palace, and everyone went silent. Regardless, a full investigation on all involved parties is underway. We will find the subversives and punish them soon enough, Mr. President. I will do my best to help coordinate the administrative tasks, says Peter. Justice must be served, and the rule of law will return to this country stronger than ever. If only we stay vigilant as a country. We must think about the upcoming budget. Josef? And this is where things get tricky with Josef, because I do want to weaken the claws of the military influence on the country. Because right now the military gets to coup whenever they want. They have influence in government. Too soon to jump to conclusions. Reckless acts have dire consequences. Agree, internal stability must be maintained. Our security funding might need to be increased. No. I want to decrease or maintain the defense budget. As it is. Not lose sight of our real political goals like constitutional reforms. A non-answer for Josef, but a reminder to everybody else. And heck, if I have to feign neutrality, if it means not upsetting the NFP, and maybe securing 40 votes to make up for whatever I might lose in USP. Alright, for now, the real goal is constitutional reform. We can't be going at each other's throats yet. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe Arcasia has funded this assassin precisely to tear the country apart on the government level. Reduce the constitutional reforms to getting passed, the chance of it, and then just steamroll in with Rumberg. The Constitution first, and then we can grab each other's throats. Agreed. These matters shouldn't distract us from what the people want us to do. Lucian took some notes after checking the latest newspapers and reports. It seems that tensions between the communists and the nationalists will escalate further. Well, cool answer. Easy answer. Do you want to side with the communists? It would be very difficult to pass any meaningful change if there is chaos in the country. Can't pass any constitutional reform in such an atmosphere. No, because we are totally passing constitutional reform. Previous administrations already made the country more and more authoritarian. They would jump at the opportunity to veto any reform for the sake of security. It's got to go through. We can't fix a recession if there isn't stability. True. We'll make it through this and deliver our promises. Also true. First and foremost, those promises, the people put us here for the nice words we said. We have to make sure they're not just nice words. Hell yes, President Raid. Oh, Peter! This will be it for today then. We'll convene again soon. Thank you all and keep us updated. The meeting concluded, and the ministers left the room with concerned looks. It was hard to anticipate what would happen next. Codex entry updated. A continue button to the next turn. 4 hours and 40 minutes in, and because I'm going at a glacial pace, and going through all the ledgers instead of just playing through it. Took this long just to finish turn 1. What's the news in the Lockhaven Times? Murder at the palace. Breaking news. Bernard Circus, a prominent independent MP known for his communist romanticism, has been murdered leaving the Maroon Palace grounds at the inaugural ball of Anton Rain. Reports indicate a politically motivated assault by the far-right nationalists of the Young Swords. Shocking photographs have leaked to the press, showing blood drip stairs of the Maroon Palace. We heavily condemn this sort of political violence. This is the very cycle the president must break with reforms. And so we shall, with a budget of 2, personal wealth of 0, economy only at level 3. But we're getting high-speed rail, so that should be more money in the bank. A few days later. Does the loading take a few days later? Had to load the loading. Okay, what do we have? First, I want to look at my neighbors around us. Agnolia has a report for me. Horton critiques trade. Oh no. Are they not pleased with me right now? The leader of Agnolia has diplomatically critiqued the imbalance of trade between our countries. Concerns were raised over how much more Swordland profits from net trade in comparison to Agnolia. Prime Minister Martin van Horten requests a fair re-evaluation of existing treaties in future negotiations. Okay, that's fair. As long as I maintain their money coming into me, I'll be happy. Rumburg on the horizon, with their overwhelming military, has nothing to say to us yet. Bad relations and an overwhelming military. What does Velen want? Smolak warns traitors. The latest diplomatic message from leaders of Velen warned regarding pathways of the mountains of Bergia that allowed traitors of the state escaping to Swordland. President Viktor Smolak has demanded that the border security be increased. He also said his best wishes about handling protests in Swordland. So is that going to be a point of contention? That Velen with their civil war and the fallout thereof has traitors coming over my way, and they'll probably want extradition, which goes against us protecting what we probably see as our own citizenry. Lesbia has nothing to say to us, but at least we're still maintaining neutral relations. How's Velen's relations? Neutral, but weak military. So they're probably going to get gobbled up by Rumburg at any moment. Nothing from our communist neighbors in Volgasland, who, at least, are still neutral. Reports from around the country. How's Estord? Police overburdened in Estord. Been receiving reports of a lack of equipment and staff from the police in Estord. With the escalating violence of the city, the officers have been working 12-hour shifts to suppress the protests to no avail. The police commissioner of Estord has requested reinforcements and extra supplies of tear gas from nearby cities. How about we know that the courts are backed up, that the justice system needs reformed, that immigration and the recession is making the major cities well overburdened beyond their capacities. Crime is rising, homelessness is rising, unemployment is rising. But there's plenty of countryside. Let's say instead land reform to take these built up urban populations, move them to Turelli, to Rengerin, to Holbeth, with grants of land for subsistence agriculture, less layabouts in the city that the police cannot handle, the police and the courts, less welfare resources, and more food security, as those without jobs and homes are granted a possible way of life. Sound good? Why have my economic ministers not brought me this potential? Police understaffed. Narble reports that is currently too understaffed to deal with the ongoing political violence. Due to the small size of the police force in the city, they've been working non-stop, and a number of officers are sent to the hospital as a result of severe fatigue. Minister of the Interior Lilias Graf has worked with the head of police, Karl Gresser, to address the issue. Is all this just overwhelmed police from political violence all over the country? Young Swords, youth wing leader, dead after terror attack. Oh no. Counter violence after all. Young sword leader, youth wing leader in Uzerin, Jacques Toirin, has claimed responsibility for the organized attack in the Bludish market that resulted in the death of 7. His base of operations had been raided and he was found dead inside with 2 bullet wounds to the back of the head. Suicide then. The scene was organized to make it look like a suicide. Suicide then. We were not able to get information about the location of other ringleader connected to the terrorist attack. Erzaren, have you got good news for me? Illegal Ka-74 is seized. A cache found with Rumberg-made weapons, including 46 Ka-74s, 2,854 bullets, 12 handguns, 27 grenades, and bomb-making equipment, was found in the basement of an abandoned house in Erzaren. No suspects have been detained yet. Oh, this is great. I've really inherited something fun. We have an airport. Cool. An airport in Dare. The investigation is ongoing to determine the origins of the equipment. Jen? Report from Jen. More weapons seized in Cultural Center. Local police forces report that a wardrobe full of heavy military equipment has been seized in the Young Swords Cultural Center in Jen. Regulars of the palace denied having any knowledge of the weapons of the place tonight. The owners of the building have been detained along with 13 other people. The police captured 22 rifles and 2 machine guns. The equipment belonged to Swordish armed forces dating to 1929 but kept in very good condition. And to the southeast, in Gruni, read a report from Valgen, Communist Party leader suspected of bomb attack. At 11:48 a.m., an unattended bag in front of the NFP office in Valgen was destroyed by the police on suspicion of a bomb threat, which were then verified. Upon further investigation, the Communist Party leader of Valgen, Miltanu, has been arrested in connection to the incident. So I've straight up got back and forth communist and nationalist violence all across the country. Illegal firearms found in Communist Party office. Communists, come on! You're making my planned economy look bad! The Ribéry Police Department raided the local Communist Party after alleged attacks, organized by one of their members, and found illegal firearms in the office. The building has been closed and 22 members of the Communist Party of Sordland have been detained. Maybe this violence wouldn't have happened if I simply vetoed the first bill that came across. I should have vetoed it. Maybe it's connected, maybe it's not, either way. And everyone but geopolitical has updates. I'm gonna pee first. Last bathroom break for the day, then I'll continue. Just give me a second. Alright, what have we got for news? Swordish politician shot dead. Swordish poet and politician who had spoken out about the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat was shot during the evening of Anton Rein's inaugural ball. Bernard Circus, 53-year-old Swordish member of the Assembly, was shot a number of times by a gunman at the edge of the Maroon Palace, who was identified to be a member of the Young Swords. Despite his radical views, Minister Circus was elected to be an independent member of the Assembly in 1953 elections, and sadly did not manage to live long enough to serve his duty. He was said to have repeatedly received threats from the Swordish nationalists, who viewed him as a traitor for promoting, I always trip this up, millennialism in Swordland. Doesn't matter, it's a fake word. Television footage showed the famous poet's body lying face down, draped with a white sheet on the pavement in front of the gates of the Maroon Palace. Lilias Graf, the interior minister, said she had assigned a group of leading ministry officials to lead the hunt for the killers. Once again, dark hands have chosen our country and spilled blood in Hulsord to achieve their dark goals, she told a news conference. We are investigating all aspects of this crime. His funeral will be held tomorrow in his home city of Dare. The local police have reported to increase security measures for the ceremony and stand ready for massive attendance. Swordland today. Unity despite differences. Swordland has two paths to the future, and this year is critical to decide which path we embark upon. Amid a recession, the lack of stability and security caused by the death of Bernard Circus is an unacceptable reality. We need more jobs and a safe atmosphere if our country is supposed to grow and prosper. But how will we increase our employment and open new factories if there is blood flowing down the streets? Swordland will never reach its goals as an advanced society if we descend in a downward spiral of splintering of our nation. Peace and prosperity, now and forever. Lockhaven Times. Murder was a method of the past. The tensions between the left and the right extremists have increased in the country at the assassination of MP Bernard Circus. Protests among Nievist groups quickly turned into riots across the country. We are calling for peaceful protests and dialogue instead of violence. After the attack that prompted the riots, a member of the Young Swords assassinating a member of the Assembly clearly shows that they are willing to use extreme actions, says Franz Richter in his speech at the Grand National Assembly. We live within these borders together, and therefore we all bear a responsibility, a duty to live together with our differences. Richter's unifying message is something that we all should listen to in these times of danger of loss. The murder was a method of the past, and it has tainted us, reminded us who we were before, and who we don't want to become in the future, said Richter, and stated that we as the citizens of this nation all bear responsibility beyond ideologies, partisanship, or any other identity. Good words coming from a liberal. In the economic sense, the radical says farewell to Bernard Circus. It is a sad moment for Swordland. We have lost a renowned poet who not only wrote about the struggles of the working class but also acted on them. However, his decision to enter Swordish politics was met with a sick attack that ended his life. This was indeed intended as a message to all opposing voices in Swordland. We, the team here at Radical, condemn this evil act of terror of Young Swords, who we believe must be held accountable as a whole group. It is finally time for the government to realize this organization as a terrorist threat and serve the justice that is due. Bernard Circus is always going to be in our hearts as a great Swordish poet, as a revolutionary, as a leader of the Swordish avant-garde, as a futurist, as a romantic, as a millennialist, but above all, beyond all, as a symbol of freedom of speech. He is now a man who was murdered for speaking his mind. This cannot remain as yet another political murder of the sad reality of Swordland. In fact, it is time to change this. It is time to speak up as people. The most beautiful sea hasn't been crossed yet, said the poet, said the great poet, reminding us to always have hope. And we must strive to have hope, and to make them a reality. It is the best way to honor his memory. Bernard Circus will be laid out in Dare tomorrow. Any citizen who wants to pay respects is invited to attend. Has there been any changes in the country overview? Still got backlogs, a bluish problem, quote unquote. Gonna take a while until my high-speed rail makes a dent in the economy. Welfare we haven't touched yet. State security privileges, bleh. Still a member of OMEC and AN. Alright, news and reports out of the way. One more report. Of BFF activity, there's best friends forever in the capital, in my capital. The chief of police, Carl Gresser, reports that two bloodish women with affiliations to the Bloodish Freedom Front, BFF, have been caught in Holsword before they could execute a terror attack on a crowded rally. Both women are listed as wanted criminals and enemies of the state. The arrested women have admitted in their intentions to attack the National Front Party's rally at Seoul Square, where Kessero Kibbener gave his speech but rejected any connection to the BFF. Both claim that they were acting alone. Police reports that the situation is under control and further investigations are underway, so everyone is attacking everyone, not just nationalists and communists, but the Bloodish Freedom Front as well. Also attacking at least the nationalists. But still, we can't have that. Dinner with the family at home, or security briefing. Think what I'll do then is a briefing and then go home to the family. Should have enough time for that. Let's do the briefing. Situation room. I arrived in front of the doors leading to the situation room. Today's security briefing was arranged in two parts, starting with the internal matters and moving on to the external matters after a short break. The Minister of the Interior, Lilias Graf, and the Minister of Justice and Law, Nia Morgna, would join us for the first part, the law enforcement briefing. For the second part, the Minister of Defense, Josef Lancia, would join with a few high-ranking officials, including Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, Volkan Kruger. Which means it's going to be a balancing act for those two, because I kind of want to promote Josef over Kruger and keep Josef happy while weakening the military. I opened the door. Lucian, Nya, and Lilias rose to their seats. Sir? Please take your seats. Let's begin, nodded Lucian. I kinda want to maintain pleasantries though. If I nod at Lucian, it acknowledges him, but it's silence. I'll address everyone. Please take your seats. Everyone in the room sat down except for Lucian. He put on his glasses and went through the documentation in front of him. Shortly after, he raised his head to address the attendees. Mr. President, ladies, we will kick off today's meeting with the internal security briefing. I am assuming everyone has already been over the agenda. We all have busy schedules. So without further ado, I will jump right into our first topic. As we feared, the political atmosphere has worsened. The reports around the country indicate that tensions are rising as we feared. What is the status on the Bernard Circus investigation? I have received news this morning that the investigation into the murder of Bernard Circus has concluded. Please enlighten us. The more we know the better. Great news. Eager to hear about the details. After further investigation and testimonies, we have confirmed the motive and also the events leading up to the shooting. A few days prior, members of the Red Youth initiated a violent attack on the Young Swords local leader in Gen. We believe the Young Swords and called for revenge, leading to the death of Mr. Circus. Great, so technically this is my people who struck first. Hey Crab Boy, welcome. Since he often spoke against the Young Swords and nationalist sentiments in the assembly, he was a big target, not to mention his radical communist views. The violence does need to stop. Had it coming? No, he did not. Radical. Swordland just lost a Greek rider. For what? For revenge. In cross-faction violence back and forth. The violence needs to stop. Full stop. I don't care who's doing it. If it's my communists, or the nationalists, or even the BFF. Yes, we kept it at bay for so long, but it seems there are now new triggers. Lilius handed over the report and pointed to a highlighted section of the document. The investigation revealed a very troubling fact. The funding sources of the Red Youth have clear link to United Contana. United Contana, come on, come on. I said in my inauguration speech, we're going to maintain closer ties with you, and you subvert me like this by funding violence in the country. Are you not satisfied with my desire to go with a planned economy and align myself to the East? What does this mean? What does this mean? It's obvious, but what does it mean? That the communist superpower is meddling in our affairs. Several Red Youth members with ties to United Contana have been detained, and the information extracted from them points to a preparation for a communist uprising in Swordland. But I'm already enacting policies that any communist would be happy for. It isn't unusual for the superpowers to influence other nations, but I think this case is a little far-fetched. The left lacks proper support in Swordland. Lucian, exactly why they're subverting them with arms and money. Nia eagerly lifted her hand. I motioned for her to speak. I went over the report in detail. It would be wrong to jump to conclusions about a clear foreign interference yet. United Contana has humanitarian and cultural ties with many countries, including Swordland. So, could I get the UC on the phone? Clear this up? Remind them that I am trying to enact a planned economy here, and if they're sparking violence, then all they're doing is making it easy for Rumberg to steamroll in? I trust Mrs. Graf's judgment. United Contana is clearly trying to expand its influence. But I also don't want to jump to conclusions immediately. We should create a crisis with them. We shouldn't create a crisis. We shouldn't. But I'm going to be firm here. I do want to maintain relationships with UC. But I don't just want to be a proxy battleground for them. I want to be an equal partner. I want them to let me into their door. I'm willing to have economic policies that match with them and be a bulwark on the continent against the West. That's perfectly fine if they stop trying to spark violence. Mr. Rain, we have done our due diligence, and the funding, operatives, and strategy all point to a coup plot. She took a sip from her glass of water and continued. Our police chief Carl Greaser has linked the funding channel to the United Cortana consulate in Benfi. The consulate in Benfi is after this, or is starting this? Well, it doesn't matter, because if the consulate's doing this, it's with the UC's approval. As we all know, the enemies of Swordland are many, but we also have threats inside the country. Remain vigilant. As a government, we have to have the power to deal with any threat. Or the country has always had issues. It is part of our job. It is our job. I don't want to steer us closer to authoritarian just because there are violent threats. There are enemies, but that is the point of government, is it not? To be the skin membrane around the country. If we give up essential freedoms to purchase temporary security, we deserve neither security nor freedom. That is debatable, but yes. We know what more security and surveillance caused this country under President Sol. Let's not forget that President Sol, God bless him, brought stability after a long period of bloodshed and chaos, but moving on. Our highest eternal threat comes from the estimated 20,000, isn't it? That's 4 zeros. 20,000 strong Bludish Freedom Front, led by the imprisoned Delwinarge. They are a banned political organization, now a militant force that is trying to incite racial violence. Idea. We release Dulin Arge. We allow the Bludish people to have a political representation in the form of elected politics in exchange for them setting out. How'd that sound? Yeah, exactly, Crabboy. We're the epidermis. They make a lot of noise, but have little substance. A barking dog does not bite. No. We are not going to ignore things just because we don't take the Bludish people seriously. Are they supported by our Bludish citizens? Are they cooperating with any Bludish political organizations? Do our people support them? Because if so, we take care of our people and they lose support maybe? To some extent. Luckily they couldn't attract a wide audience of Bloods. But they could potentially attract thousands if anti-Bludish sentiment spreads in the Swordland again. Which it will not. Swordland for all, even the Bloods. The least points to page 3 in the report. Our intelligence intercepted 2 crates filled with weapons close to the Rumburg border. They are filled with military-grade Ka-74s. And Rumburg is, if not a puppet of, the capitalists to the Wests, very closely tied with them. So maybe the racial violence in the BFF is possibly seen? Oh no, oh no. Did I not say 5 hours ago that I didn't want to be caught up as a proxy war in their Cold War between East and West? And now we have the UC funding the Young Reds or whatever. And now Rumburg via Arcasia giving military-grade weapons to the Bludish Freedom Front. We expect that more have been smuggled in since a group of Bloods were caught with these guns at a checkpoint not far away. Rumburg has been acting aggressively in the region for a long time. I'm not surprised that they would attempt to weaponize the Bludish people against us. This is worrying. Very worrying. Direct correlations to blame them? Expected that Rumburg would undermine us, but this is too far. I agree with both of those sentiments. Need to keep level-headed with Rumburg. They are looking for a reason to take action. Also very true. They have overwhelming military and I have no allies. But we can't let anyone meddle with our internal stability. Okay, so merely blaming Rumburg is not going to give them casus belli to attack. If there's racial violence, and maybe if they assume, is that it? They want the BFF to be armed and to strike up in racial violence, and for me to have the military and police crack down hard, which would be seen in the international community and the AN as a central government of Swordland oppressing a minority population, which would probably give Rumbum proper justification to invade. Oh no. Oh no. He's trying to George Bush me. Okay, I'm gonna keep level-headed then. We can't let anyone meddle, but we can't play into their hands either. They're waiting for me to koi so they can pull junk and end with a point of 1 and I lose everything. They will play dirty while we play nice. It's a battle we will lose. Also true. But it's a delicate game. This is grave news. But we must be careful not to stoke the fires of anti-Bludish sentiment. Yes, exactly. That is precisely what I want to avoid. No racial violence. If the Bludish secessionists want to rise up, we can treat that as it happens. But we can't get the general population thinking that we need to unite against a minority population, strike violence, and turn the whole AN against us. The second most important threat, then, is of gang violence that is threatening the Nargis and Anglin regions. Two prominent organized crime families are at war, and the potential for bloodshed is real. Arrest them, if only. Don't think mere gangs can pose a threat. President Rain, no, don't just be ignoring everybody. Which 2 crime families? One is known as Coronelli and the other as the Skinner Cartel. They used to be allies until a recent disagreement. Both are active in cities of Narbel and Estor. How much you want to bet that one is being financed by the East and the other by the West? One of the most notorious criminal organizations in Swordland? roots dating back to the 1880s. Fighting the organization, dedication, blah 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 blah. Illegal drug and organ trafficking, ew. And the Skinner cartel. From their method of skinning their enemies alive in Bergia and Nargis. Black market arms trade since the 1910s. Conflict of interest in the criminal networks, however, when it comes to winning the police, both cooperate. Alright. Playing with fire, want them gone for good. Or just trust Lilius, trust my Minister of the Interior to handle it when my courts are backlogged. Insignificant. I probably can't get rid of them for good without lots of bloodshed. And again, courts backlogged, and the police are overwhelmed. Can I simply trust Minister Graf to handle this? I am doing my best, sir. Will keep it up. Gambate Graf. Lilius sighed deeply. I shall be honest with you. With our current capabilities, we may not be able to prevent the further arming of separatists while maintaining order in Bergia, Nargis, and Orgland. If the law enforcement budget isn't increased, I can't be fully responsible for what happens. Our police units are spread thin as is. Increase the law enforcement budget. I kind of don't want to do that though. What I don't want is further militarization of the police to crack down on people in a hard way for their separatist political leanings. That is how you get, like, gunfire across the streets, and a reason for the more liberal countries to invade. Look, Graf, if the courts are backlogged, right? If the police is spread thin, triage. Forget the petty crimes, forget the drug stuff. Focus on the big things that need focusing on. Let the little guys who are just struggling to get by do what they need to do. Homeless sleeping in the park, let them. I don't care. Just put those forces where you have them. Do your job, whatever happens. Don't come to me with excuses. My job is to keep you fully informed, and this is my reality. My experience and expertise in keeping our country safe from violent thugs could only go so far. I wish you would stop using the word thugs, Lilius. The real problem is corruption, which is fueled the gang violence and is very likely the reason why these weapons are smuggled in. Truth, Morgna, truth. A higher budget could help us end that. Not truth, Morgna, not truth. Valid points, corruption is the root of all evil. The Ministry must tackle the issue with persistence, Miss Morgna. These threats seem more direct than a few bribes. No, cause with the bribes, right? Things just slip on through. That is funding. I put more funding in, right? I put more funding in. And what happens? Corruption siphons it away. Nothing changes. I'm gonna say that corruption is a valid root issue. We could look into corruption once the weapons have been found and the gangs have been beaten. Just like the previous administration, kicking the can down the road. This is what's destroying our institutions. Lilius and Nia were openly scowling at each other. Lilius turned back to her notes. Well, this concludes the topics for the internal portion. Thank you for the updates, Miss Graf, Miss Morgna. Thank you for the overview. Yes, thank them. Let them know, regardless of what steps we take, that their information and insights are immensely valuable, so they keep on being good worker bees. Have a good day. Until next time. The two ministers left the room. We took a short break before continuing to the second part. Upon invitation, Josef Lancia, along with 3 high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Defense, walked into the room. One of the men was none other than General Kruger, the chief of the armed forces. Josef made his way towards the table while the others stood by the door. Mr. President. Josef, welcome. If I say Yosef welcome, will that show that I'm showing preferential treatment to Yosef in front of all these other officials? Because if so, yes. I brought General Kruger with me due to the escalations of our borders. General Kruger stepped forward and saluted. He had a strong jaw with sharp cheekbones. His tall stature, uniform and medals, combined with his deep and intense stare, made him look threatening. Kruger is the old guard guy, right? Kind of seen as an artifact of his day. A key supporter of Tarkin's soul during the 30s and 40s. Alright, so what I want to do is weaken his power to feed it to him, so he'll be happy and satisfied when I weaken the military full stop. He was in his 70s, yet he had a bulky body that was a result of his commando training. Not only was he the second most decorated officer in Swordland, he was also the longest serving. Shake his hand, salute him, General Kruger. Technically, I am Chief of Commander-in-Chief, right? Which would make him my subordinate. So subordinate salutes me. Let's see, did he salute me? Stepped forward and saluted. So salute him back. Except, the superior is not obligated to return the salute. Address him by name, then maybe salute him afterwards. General Kruger. Mr. President, it is an honor. Yosef tapped his foot impatiently. He seemed uneasy with the presence of another high-ranking officer in the room. Gentlemen, thanks for coming to this significant gathering. Let's begin. Yosef and Vulcan took their seats at the table, while the rest of the officers stood by the door. Mr. President, the situation at the western borders towards Rumburg is very tense. We are observing deployments of divisions close to our borders. Rumburg has been acting increasingly expansionist in the past decades, and also interfering in Agnolia, but now they have turned their sights on us. I trust the capabilities of the armed forces. This concerns me very much. What is your current strategy? Well, first, I want to let him know that this is a concern for me. Letting this military men know that I'm not just ignorant of the issues on the border and the importance of the military. So let him have some powers while I take others away. This concerns me very much. We are observing these areas actively. Our contingency plans are ready. It seems like they want to increase the pressure both externally and internally. Mr. President, if I may. Please, General. The picture's becoming clearer. The latest information from the interior about the weapon caches. And now there's an active military buildup close to our borders. The entire situation was analyzed by our general staff, and our prediction is a future territorial incursion by Rumburg. Let them come, we'll give them hell. I have complete trust in the general staff. We will not let you down, Mr. President. The general staff is composed of the smartest military individuals. I require an increase in military budget to enlist more soldiers. Only then can we stand strong against our enemies. The enlarged armed forces will hold them at bay, but there's a problem. He wants more money for more bodies when we're using outdated equipment. Straight up have outdated equipment, military interference in politics, I want to disarm. Outdated equipment. We do have experienced generals, which is good. And a large reservist pool, which is great. So, for border security, I think we're alright. We got the mines, we got the bodies, they don't need any more. What we need is equipment, and I'm hoping, well, I was hoping that by currying favor with United Contana, that maybe we go planned economy, they give us help. But if they're funding violence in our borders, too, then maybe not. Vulcan is right. We do need an increase in military budget. Although we don't see eye to eye on exactly how to spend the budget, that much we agree on. I have my concerns about Rumberg too. We need strong allies to withstand such a superpower. They are our nemesis. They get it, they get it. Military-wise, I think we're good on numbers and leadership. We need equipment and allies. And Lucian is speaking my intention. That is an understatement. Times are changing, and war is coming, Mr. President. Whether we like it or not, we must be prepared. Ooh, and we got this high rail system, right? We got this high-speed electric rail building to the heart of the country, and the economic and political cores, if there is war on the borders, that is materials and troops that we can quickly shuffle across the country while they march in. During the election, you said nothing about focusing on our military. I ask you to reconsider and increase the military budget. The future and safety of Sordid is in your hands. A man of my words, Yosef. Maybe you are right. Defense of the nation is more important. As you said, times change, Yosef. We will see. Non-committal answers to everyone and end up committing to nothing. I do want to help Yosef out. I need them to convince me. He wants more budget. And he's saying it's a different budget than what Kruger wants. So what do you want the budget to go to? A smile brought a glimmer of hope on Yosef's face. Our forces would crumble under a decrease, and Rumberg would be much more compelled to exploit our weakness. Our country hasn't fallen to any invading force for 200 years. You cannot let it happen, Mr. President. We should find regional allies, like Volsglund or Lesbia, to deter Rumberg. There are several options on the table. I already plan to curry favor with Volksland. They have a pretty good-sized military. And how are they, geopolitically? A chancellor in 1940, reforms, a less repressive era, People's Party, distant sits from nativist lines, promoting what he calls Vagslandian socialism. Stable economy, strong civil rights record, average political freedom, so basically they're us. They're us across the bay. And they're also part of Security Pact that wants to stand against the threat of growing Arcasian capitalist neo-imperialism. So, I've been wanting to make that alliance from the start. Lesbia doesn't really have any reason to be opposed to us. They're closer to our borders. Oh, but they stand opposed to United Contana. So maybe if I align with... So is that the game then? Is that the game? I'm already expecting that Arcasia, by way of Rumberg, is going to invade me at some point or try to. My plan was align with United Contana and Vogelslund to be like a big wall here to keep my own security secure and focus purely on building up the country. But what if I form an alliance with Lesbia, maintain my planned economy stuff, but join up with them with their ATO, Arcasian Treaty Organization? Would they let me? Would Arcasia let me be as part of the organization while still maintaining planned economies? Bring all its members together in united economic and defense frameworks. So probably not. It's probably the classic Cold War American, you do things our way, for our market, or we kill you and put a bloodthirsty dictatorship in charge who's at least willing to sell its commodities. Increasing nuclear protection. I don't know, I don't think I could stay neutral. I think I've already made decisions that make it difficult to remain neutral. I think if I want to be fully neutral in this, I would have to focus on the military, internal defense, build up a more nationalist-styled government to push out the threats along the borders. And since I'm not going to be willing to go completely neoliberal with Arcasia, because I do want the national wealth to go back to the people, I think all I can do right now is ally with Dagelsland and United Contana. Romsburg wouldn't attack any nation allied with any superpower. Swordland must stand on its own 2 feet and be able to defend itself. Options must be considered, shouldn't they? But it is true that Rumburg wouldn't attack any nation allied with a superpower. I guess that's where the suzerain in the title comes in. One shudders at the sacrifices they would require us to make while considering that I'm already going planned economy and going for the L1 high-speed rail that is going to use Cortanan technology or be based off their high-speed rail innovations. I don't think it's going to take too many sacrifices. We're already in line with what they like to do. Yes, but what is the difference between losing your independence one way or another? Everyone fell silent when a soldier entered the room and let Josef Lancia know that a call had come through the ministry, from the ministry. Excuse me, Mr. President. Josef left the room to answer. A few minutes later, he entered the room again. His expression has changed. Is it rum bombs on the border? Rumburgian military activity, Mr. President. There has been Rumburgian military activity close to the Narbel border. I just spoke with the local commander. Vulcan, we should go to the ministry and get further updates from our branches. Understood. Raising military readiness is our first call of action. If there is truly an extraordinary attempt, we will relay it to you immediately and await further orders, Mr. President. Alright. Make sure they know we are observant and ready. Go and show them the might of the Swordfish Armed Forces. Our outdated Swordfish Armed Forces, while they have overwhelming forces across the border. Remain calm. Make sure not to escalate things further. Nobody wants a war just yet. We will exercise utmost caution, Mr. President. Hail, Swordland. Hail. They saluted and left the room. Rumburg is already testing us, and the reports from the interior indicate interference inside our borders. Communists, nationalists, Ludish rebels, Rumburg expansionism, what was next? Swordland had always been a key piece of the chessboard of the global rivalry between Arcasia and United Quantana. But in recent years, there was no such aggression from Rumburg. Not at these levels, at least. That, President Rain, is called a proxy war. You aren't the king on this field, man. You are the pawn. All it takes is one tiny spark to start the flames of war. The phone rang. Rumburg had decided to close her consulate in Lockhaven. And 7 bits of news updated. Okay. You know, maybe it is possible to avoid war from either superpower then and their proxies. Let me see, what would make them happy? United Contana wants to see more socialism. Arcasia wants to see more free market capitalism. I'm already doing some things that do satisfy both sides, like the high-speed rail thing feeds a strong economic core while neglecting the rural areas that need upgrades. In order to afford to do things to benefit the people instead of the strong business leaders. Because I'm thinking now, right, that maybe if I do align with Dagelsland, then that's a reason to escalate Arcasian's interference in me. But I'm committed, I think. What's the news say? How dire is it? Swordland today. Rumors of an infrastructure project. Anonymous sources have reported to Swordland today that several government officials were invited construction companies to meetings regarding a new major infrastructure project. If true, this is great news, as infrastructure in Swordland is lacking heavily needed investment. We hope that very qualified and experienced companies like Underhall Construction win the bid. What's Underhall like? Real estate giant owned by the mayor of Conriat. That sounds like a conflict of interest. Most people in Swordland know them by the name of Underhall Construction, by the many iconic buildings they've constructed in nearly all major cities. Sold half its share to Walter Tusk, spokesperson for the Lotharberg Group. While this has breached certain competition clauses, it was largely ignored. I don't know, I don't think I like him. Recent work in the Hallsford Central Station. Completed work on time, but violated workers' rights in the process. On the one hand, burgeoning nation rising up from authoritarianism. You can't make a modern country without breaking a few eggs. But I don't like the idea of just working my workers to death for the projects. They're getting a government contract after all. They should be able to pay their employees. Gang violence claims a young girl's life. A 15-year-old girl was shot to death in Narble as she was walking her dog a few blocks away from her apartment. The police said that the shooting, which occurred in an area fitted with the gang Cornelli, was a reckless act of violence, and that the victim was not the target. The 15-year-old was shot about 4:45 last night, right before she was returning home. A man who witnessed the event told police the shooters yelled gang slogans at him on the street, before he heard someone fire at least 10 shots, sources said. He later saw the victim had been hit and called the authorities. Our sources report that the local police force in the region is understaffed and overworked, which adds to the current bleak situation. Maybe I should have funded the police more. I don't know, I'm gonna roll with it. If they can't afford to handle daily domestic stuff and the gangs, maybe they should focus more on the gangs then. 1927. Never again. I was there when General Lutheran and Ricard clashed on the plains outside of Holsword, when the armies of Swordish people killed each other. I was there when Colonel Soule won the war, after bombarding cities with Swordish civilians inside them. We saw this great nation fall into bloodshed and chaos. We thought that we learned our lesson and formed a new republic, but one man's idea became the idea of the state, and we allowed it to be forced upon us. We were a generation who lived with Tarquin Soule for most of their lives. However, this generation is different. Our kids have not experienced civil war or martial law. This generation is born in a changing time. We cannot allow the same conditions to return. We cannot forget when General Lutheran declared martial law in 1927, when his tanks rolled and murders took place. Those tanks cannot roll again. Bombs cannot fall again. Freedoms cannot be suspended again. 1927, never again. The real truth behind the economic crisis? We've all seen this scenario played before. Large corporate businesses, time and time again, receive money from the government under the disguise of helping the economy, but what about the people? Is kind of what I'm worried about with HOS, when I accidentally agreed to a meeting on his terms. When I was hoping the prompt was to make it a meeting on my terms. Many in the neglected regions still do not have electricity or fresh water in their homes, and they are the lucky ones. There is a growing housing crisis, and the people are on the streets begging for food. In the year of 1954, it is high time that the money is invested in us, the people of Swordland, instead of the armchair millionaires or the luxurious villas. You see, that's also why I want to take the bloated city populations, move them to the country, just give farms to everyone, get them growing subsistence agriculture. That's less unemployment, and tensions and pressure in the cities. That's more people growing food to help with food security. I don't see why I don't just have the option to say, hey, just give these people land. Underhall Construction, once again number 1. Underhall Construction is once again picked as the number 1 construction company of the year by the reputable Statistics Sortland. This was the 11th time the company was selected for the top spot in a row, since Chris Shar was appointed as the CEO. A veteran industry leader, Shar congratulated the employees first, the employees that we know he doesn't take care of, in a private company meeting held in a luxurious resort in Ellery. He also mentioned in the recent addition of the Heart of Swordland organization CEO, Marcel Caronti, to the board of advisors, helped immensely in this great achievement. Hold on. So if I go with Caronti, does that mean I'm going with Underhand Construction? As the economists, we think now is a great time to invest in Underhall Construction, as the current year's projection already shows a 13% increase in growth compared to the last year. The only way out of recession, bailing out businesses. Swordland's economy has been displaying a downward trend over the past 2 years of Alfonso's presidency. If we want to prevent our country from declaring bankruptcy, we need a way out of this recession, and we need it now. The economic downturn keeps hitting hard at the businesses, which are struggling to stay afloat. It is clear that a helping hand from the government is required to control the situation. There is no other way apart from bailing out businesses to truly provide relief to the economy. This in turn should revitalize the economy by creating more employment opportunities and increasing production in Swordland. They're kind of onto what I'm doing. I'm not exactly going to pump up wealthy businesses, but hopefully by focusing on the high-speed rail project here, it's not just businesses that's going to prosper, but these other smaller cities along the route and these smaller rural communities between. That's definitely going to have a better inflow of materials and opportunities and more people coming to them, which will in turn give money to invest in the harder hit regions like Anglin's highway infrastructure, everything in Bergia. Geopolitical, Rumburg closes consulate. Rumburg has closed out its consulate in Swordland, one of the few East Mercopan nations to have diplomatic ties with the Northern Kingdom. This comes right after the deployment of Rumburgian troops near the northern border of the Swordland. Rumburgian officials cite political unrest and uncertainty as the main reason for the closure, while raising concerns over security in the country. And you see, if that political unrest becomes suddenly martial law or police crackdowns on ethnic minorities, that's even more reason for Rumburg to invade. For the sake of the humanitarian help for the poor blued people. In Loch Haven, a diplomatic source said the Rumburgian flag has been lowered overnight, and that the embassy staff were expected to leave Swordland on Friday or Saturday. Many Loch Haveners were shocked as a 120-year-old Rumburg consulate closed. Dozens of citizens with Rumburgian relatives went out to protest against this action in the afternoon. It was not clear if the embassy closure was a temporary or permanent thing, signaling a break in diplomatic ties which date from 1923. Our editors see this situation as a furthering deterioration of relations between the Swordland and Rumburgian peoples. This can be easily regarded as a one-sided provocation from the north. Very likely, yes. Well, I was going to have dinner with the family. Dinner with family at home and then call it a day. But my mouth is kind of starting to go, like my jaw is clicking every time I open it. So maybe what I'll do is save the family dinner, a nice, happy family dinner, a happy note for how I start tomorrow, and then pick up the reports, see how dire things are, and if I can't turn the situation around. Sound good? I think that sounds good. Which means I gotta find someone to drop you guys onto in a cheeky little raid. And so far, I think I'm enjoying this. Pretty wordy, but you expect politics to be. Who's on now? Din's on, Schupert's on, Eggman's on, Valerian just came on, I think, because it's a Monday. I'm gonna go rate Tom. Retrograde Tom playing cool stuff. What's he doing? He's recently beat Tomb Raider 3. Is it back down to Oblivion then? Oblivion. Alright. In that case, I'm gonna drop you guys on down Tom way, because Tom is cool people. And night streams on Mondays are kind of new things for him. But thanks for hanging. Kind of a slow game, but it's extra slow with me because I like to look at all the charts and everything. But it should pick up from here, now that we have both major superpowers trying to interfere on a subtle level, and Rumberg across the border being far more overt. So, thinking we get consequences then. Consequences to come home to tomorrow. So thanks for hanging, thanks for being here. Do enjoy the rest of your nights. And see you guys around, either back here or in other streams. Definitely belong there with you. See you guys then.